I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like you. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy. I wanna take you away.
Hello everybody and welcome back to University Esports Masters 2024. We've got the second day of playoffs for you here today. Yesterday we got to see all of the winners bracket side. We now know that KitSCY are going to be in our grand finals. Today is going to be the lower bracket run, see who's going to go join them in those grand finals. I am BlackBloxer and I'm once again joined by Dry Salad. How you doing today?
Fantastic. Yeah, it's a great day to be casting League. Obviously MSI going on at the same time, so competition is very, very high today. To add on to what you said, we've reached the Final Four now, so every team left in this competition in a position now where they are at least earning some sort of prize money, but it's just about how far they can go. Obviously, as you said, we got our first grand finalist yesterday in KitSC, no surprises there, but today we get to figure out who's joining them in a couple months' time.
Yeah, exactly. There's just been so much amazing League of Legends, and there's also been brilliant other games as well. We'll have a quick look at the calendar, just showing you what we've been up to with all of these different games. You can see that on the League side, we've had quite a long run across the course of a couple of months, and we're still not quite sure when our Grand Final's going to be, but it will be sometime soon, and we'll be able to crown our 2024 champion. But if League of Legends isn't your main thing, there are plenty of other games on. We've had a couple of the Grand Finals already. Valorant is the one that we've still yet to see. So, brilliant amount of different esports to watch, whatever really is your thing. It's been a really good time so far, although, a long time that we've been keeping these players on their toes, playing, so it's good to be getting into the home stretch for them all.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think mainly for a couple of these teams, we're looking at PB, the team out of Poland, who had such an unfortunate start, having to forfeit their first game against KDC. Whether or not they would have won that game, obviously, we'll never know. But now going on essentially an absolute miracle run to make up for that initial loss has been fantastic to watch. 2-0 in their last two series, and now in our first series of today, they're going to be facing up against the Steel Crows.
Yeah, exactly. And like you mentioned, everybody here already has secured themselves some prize money. But there is still a lot to play for, because the difference between the prize money for that fourth place that everybody has at least guaranteed themselves and that first prize is huge. If you manage to get yourself first prize, that's 500 euros each player, whereas fourth place, you've got 500 to split between every single one of you, so you definitely want to be getting yourself as high a finish as possible. Obviously, KSC White, the German squad, have already guaranteed themselves at least second place, but still a lot of money on the line for all of these teams, so a great incentive to play for, as well as the fact that, you want the bragging rights. You want to say that you have won the University Esports Masters 2024. That's a great thing.
Yeah, to be fair, I feel like for a lot of these players, that's probably the more important factor out of these two things. As I mentioned yesterday, we are uni students. We do kind of need the money, a lot of us, in some cases. But those bragging rights, it is such a big thing for some of these players who maybe don't care as much about making it to the next stages. This is kind of just like a fantastic experience to get that competitive sort of edge, to get that competitive sort of tweak on your resume, to be like, hey, look, when I was at university, I was literally one of the best League of Legends players in Europe at that level. So it's just a fantastic little thing to add to the history of your life.
Exactly. Representing your country as well on an international stage, it's always such an awesome experience for everybody involved. And so we'll have a look at what these teams have done so far, because it's been a long road just in the playoff section, even beyond the fact that we had the Swiss stage beforehand. The top 8 from Swiss stage made it to this, which was the playoffs, and you can see here KSC White, they had a pretty chill time of it. They faced up against the Polish squad, who had to forfeit in that first game, so they didn't actually play that first one, and then they just managed to make their way through entirely. However, the lower bracket is what we are focusing in on today. FOI, they're going to be sat in that second series of the day. We're going to be waiting to see who their opponent is after they lost to Kit SE in that final game we saw yesterday. But first up, we're going to have a matchup between Politechnica Ballistica and Steel Crows Red. So we've got Poland versus Slovakia here, and what a series this should be.
Absolutely, yeah. And one of the things I wanted to highlight with some of the teams that we saw go out in the earlier rounds before making it to broadcast today, a couple of surprises actually that popped out to me. First of all, Dragon Empire getting taken down by the Steel Crows, sorry. After such a dominant performance in that first game that me and you had the pleasure of watching yesterday, to then crash out, obviously, OT to Kit, a bit more excusable, they have 2-0'd everyone else. They have beaten everyone else, so you can't really put a mark on them for that. But then the Steel Crows pulling back by 2-1s, knocking them out of the competition, meant the Dragon Empire went out probably earlier than we might have expected, given those first performances. Today, obviously starting with that Poland versus Slovakia matchup, they will be competing to see who can play against FOI for a chance of making it to the grand finals. And FOI have definitely shown some strong league, so it won't be a walkover when they get to that lower bracket final game.
No, absolutely not. All of these squads who have gotten to this point are incredibly high level. I mean, these are top 4 for University Esports in the entirety of Europe, so you know that the level of competition is fierce. But I guess zooming in now onto this specific matchup, they've gone through the gauntlet to get to this point. Like you pointed out, for Ballistica, they had a terrible time not being able to play in their first game. Getting drawn against KSC, never the most fun time anyway, but not even being able to play it, getting immediately put down into that lower bracket and having to make your run from there is never a fun experience. But they have yet to lose a game, because they technically FF'd that first one. They've not lost a single game yesterday. They're coming into today with a lot of momentum, whereas Steel Crows Red, they ended up playing a lot more games. All of theirs were 2-1s rather than clean 2-0s, so they've had to fight a little bit more to get here.
Yeah, I definitely think that for now, Polytechnica have a little bit of the storyline buff on their side, just because of the road they've had to get here, and not to take away from the other teams in the competition. But it is such a sort of powerful bounce back to focus on, because it wasn't just like they forfeited the game because of some random issue. Like, they couldn't play, they had technical issues.
Yeah.
Even then, they had issues trying to get onto the tournament realm. All these things, they had to play on separate accounts. They had to sort of have all these obstacles to overcome, to then not drop a single game. First against Unina, then against Evotmate as well, who we saw take a game off FOI, by the way, means that they are looking like very, very strong contenders to at least make it to the lower bracket final and probably push FOI quite far. That being said, Steel Crows, no slouches. we talked about how strong Dragon Empire seemed to be in the game that we managed to see them. So taking down a team like that, it's anyone's game at this point from my perspective.
It really is, and we saw a couple of quick 2-0s, or that quick game that we saw from Dragon Empire in that first one, but I don't really expect us to have any complete stomps at this point. This is a very even level of competition. If we look at sort of the teams who've already been knocked out, then you can look at these guys and then KSE as that sort of top tier. This is a very, very close set. As you can see with our day 2, we're going to have that lower bracket round 3 starting for you in just a couple of minutes time. And then once that series is over, we're going to jump straight into that final round. That's going to be deciding who we send on to those grand finals. And the grand finals are just an amazing experience for players to get to be a part of as well. Plus, like we said, the prize money, the bragging rights, all of these things. So a lot to play for these players. And the fact that they have had to go through lower bracket gauntlets often makes teams a bit scrappy, you know? There's no second chances at this point. This is the point where you have to step up and prove it.
Absolutely. Yeah, and specifically talking about, the no second chances side of things, I think these players have shown throughout this tournament at least quite a high level of mental fortitude, sometimes even higher than what you might expect for this level of play, because so many different things overcome. Obviously, being a remote tournament as well, everyone's playing from different places, different ping, different circumstances, different hardware even maybe. So just the ability for all of that to come together and then still find paths to victory, still find ways to sort of work together and fly into these quick little 2-0 series. I think it's going to be incredible to watch these teams perform today. As well as that, one of the things we touched on yesterday, just the whole camaraderie around the tournament has been something that's been really fun for me to be a part of. I mean, we're in the Discord servers, we're in all these spaces where we get to see the players hanging out, and it's just been amazing to watch as a sort of community event, all these people coming together, and I'm really looking forward to the games that we have coming up today, whether it be only 4 games, whether it be the full 6, regardless, we're going to have a great time, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and I love your point about playing in different places, different pings, you don't all live together, because in the last tournament in 2023, we actually did have a team who all lived together. They trained, they played from an arena all together, the Dr. Boomen Academy from Germany, and so actually to not see them back this year, to instead get these universities who don't have that same level of investment funding and still being able to produce such amazing teams is brilliant to see, and also to see Germany sending back KSE White rather than Dr. Boomen. Clearly, Germany are just cracked at this at the university level. I don't know what to tell you. Still, either way, zooming in now onto our team specifically,
Yep.
Poland's playstyle, from what we've seen, is just a lot more sort of bot lane focused. That's where we have been seeing a lot of their playstyle. We've been seeing a lot of bot lane focus sort of generally in the tournament. Do you think that right now bot lane is the place to play around, or can you try to swing it through the other lanes?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is the bot lane, and I think one of the things that I mentioned yesterday was that's just every season of League of Legends kind of has this similar progression throughout the year, which a lot of content creators have touched on as well, a lot of casters have touched on as well. It feels like almost tradition at this point, and people sort of go through this stage mentally where the start of the year, everything is new, people are trying things out, solo lanes tend to have a lot more impact just because things get tweaked a little bit. As the year progresses, throughout the mid-season, the bot lane becomes a central focus because people realize, wait, all these champions, all these hyper carries, all these really, really strong sort of carry champions never actually lost any of their power. We just kind of got caught up in everything that was happening. So you see the same sort of things start to come into play, as well as that people just like comfort picks, right? So if you've been playing the same thing for the last 6-7 years, you tend to fall back on those champions. The Jinx Lulu bot lanes, the Thresh Nautiluses, the Lucian Namis, the Aphelios Lulus, all these different lanes that have been around for so long now that they've become sort of synonymous with competitive play, tend to find their way back into the meta regardless of necessarily whether they're the best picks. That being said, one of the things I do like about specifically this level of play is that you have a lot of players who are a bit more inclined to make, not necessarily cheesier picks, but slightly more off the cuff. You'll see people play games around their top side, or you'll see people play around specifically their best player, because there might be quite a big difference between their best player and maybe one of the others on their team. I mean, we mentioned, for example, Gentleman Hero and Striker yesterday on KSC. These two players, extremely, extremely strong. They decided, wait, what if we just weak side Gentleman Hero, play around everyone else? We can still just stomp the entire game. They can just keep sending people out to try and knock out a top player. Doesn't work for them. It's better across the entire board. So the way that the playstyle sort of progresses seems to me less like it's based around what is strong in the meta right now, less like it's based around what is strong within the game itself, but more about what is strong for these players and more about the playstyles that they've developed. So I think today especially we will be seeing more focus on the bot lane. we will be seeing more focus on, I think, red side bot lanes, because I think getting that
Yeah.
R1, R2, securing a strong bot lane together is a lot more important than, say, B1ing the Jinx, which we haven't seen work as well so far.
No, exactly, and I like that you highlight the Jinx. That's one of those pickups that we've seen a lot yesterday. I'm expecting us to still see it today. A reminder that we are not on that mid-season patch. We are before the mid-season patch. We're on 14.9, and so things are not, all changed. If you're playing solo queue at the moment, think back a little bit, because it's a bit different, and we don't have these sort of big lethality carries in the bottom lane. It's a lot more about these hyper carries. We're seeing the Jinx, we're seeing the Aphelios a lot. We saw quite a lot of Lucian yesterday, and then we did get to see some of those early game focused champions. The Kalista coming out as well was really interesting to see, and so we've got our own little meta in this tournament really beginning to form, where the bot lane is super, super important, but that is very counter to what the Steel Crows want to do. The Steel Crows, they want to play around their jungler, incredibly high level, super smooth with it. Raining is sort of their main carry on the team, and we haven't really seen the jungle be the main carry at any point yesterday.
Absolutely, and I mean, the closest we got was having Striker on that Karthus, I think, I would say. But even in that position, it was mainly the bot lane who was forcing plays, and mainly the bot lane and the mid lane who were carrying them through these games. I think one of the things you mentioned as well, we saw champions like the Kalista picked up yesterday. There is this sort of running gag about, like, Western players on certain ADCs, like, can the West actually play Kalista? Can the West actually play Aphelios? Or are these champs that shouldn't be touched unless you're a green ADC with 1,000 games on them? I think, especially yesterday, it didn't look like the strongest pick, the Kalista Renata, but that being said, I think it was a very hard game for them to play just in general, and the game kind of blew open completely because of what happened around the early game with the mid lane and jungle, with the Karthus going 2-0 and then being able to just kind of run around the map and do what he wanted. So definitely would be interesting to see what the teams prioritize in terms of their strengths. Are they trying their hardest to sort of close these games out quickly, like we saw the Lucian Namis, the Kalista Renatas? Are they trying to play more scaling comps? I tend to prefer at this level of play the early game compositions, just because games aren't necessarily the cleanest all the time.
Yeah.
Which means that you can capitalize, if you have the stronger early game team, on just some messy plays, some messy angles, maybe people overstepping, people not quite communicating perfectly. So I definitely think I would be surprised if we don't see at least one more Lucian game today.
Yeah.
I would expect maybe something near that to come out. We might see another Kalista. Definitely a bit more flexibility on the support role, I'd say, than the ADC role. There's just a lot more supports that work with specific ADCs in general. For example, if you're B1ing a Jinx, you can kind of pair her with just about anything. Yeah, you can put the Thresh there, you can put the Nolus there, you can put the Lulu there, the Milio, the Janna. Any of these really will work. So I think prioritizing the ADC picks to make sure you get the ADC you want, and then kind of building a support around that, is how these teams are more likely to gauge their drafts.
Yeah, agreed. I think the Nautilus is going to be one of those priority support picks because it does pair up with everything so well. There are very rarely a draft where you look at having a Nautilus in support and you're like, this doesn't fit. It's always going to be fine. It gives you that lockdown CC. It gives you that point and click engage, which is often so important for being able to actually start yourself off a team fight. And then beyond that, talking about the bot lanes, they haven't been staring bot lane either. It was specifically Dragon Emperors from Ukraine who liked the lane swap, but we could still see it today. It's something that we're seeing a lot in pro play, and it is a possibility to come up for any of these teams as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think specifically, one of the things I did actually want to mention about this series in general, as we are just about to fly into the pick ban, I think, to see whether we're going to get some of these ideas confirmed. Let's see, Varus ban and Tristana ban coming out pretty much immediately. Tristana ban, one of those things I don't think we saw as much yesterday, which is a ban I like to see just because it counters a lot of flex opportunities for the enemy team. Varus, somewhat similar, although I don't think any of these teams really want to flex Varus outside of the bot lane, just because the top or mid is a bit more volatile, not necessarily usable unless in a counter matchup. But we have seen that the Slovakians have taken blue side here, at the very least, which leads me to believe that the Poles will be sliding back into maybe one of these Lucian Nami, Zyra Khan style lanes around the bot side.
Yeah, could well be. You often see the Jinx being that first pick, and then you rotate around. There is also the possibility of us getting the jungler picked up during the early stages of this draft. It looks like, for the most part, Bosiku really likes to pick himself up a really aggressive jungler. You can see that from having the Vi band away, played the Jhin, those kinds of champions, whereas Raining had the Karthus as one of his picks yesterday, so that's a very interesting potential pickup, as we do see that Jhin taken off of the board, a little bit of a squeeze onto that jungle pool. Be interesting to see what else he has to actually pull this one out. As the final ban will be coming through for Poland, and then we get to see what this first pickup is going to look like for Slovakia. The Jinx being open, do you just take it?
Nope.
Oh, okay. There we go.
The open Jinx in question. Yeah, no, so obviously that's been taken away from them now. Looks like they're trying to maybe prioritize just getting one of those hyper sort of scaling control mages in the mid lane. One of those champions that can... We mentioned it yesterday, not really do much outside of stall the game. Just play the mid lane as slowly as possible. You do have some kind of gank potential at level 6, but you never really see people play around it at this level of play. So realistically, that Orianna pick, more just to secure a very strong control mage, it means your team fight is going to be strong no matter what you actually build around it, as long as you have some form of generic engage. This Ashe pickup now on the red side, obviously could be seen as the ADC, could be flexed onto the support role. Remains to be seen what gets picked around it, whether Boxu and the rest of the Polish team decide to go for a mid lane counter, which they do with this Ahri. I say counter, not necessarily a counter, but does just have a lot more early game pressure in terms of her kit.
Yeah, it really does. It's a very single target composition so far, though. The Ahri really looking to find that charm and lock somebody down. You can do the same sort of thing with those Ashe arrows. And if those Enchanted Crystal arrows are on point, that's a great way to begin any team fight or any objective play when you can just snipe somebody off of the map. And Ahri is great to follow up on any of those potential picks. Now, you did mention that we might end up seeing the Xayah. Do you want to pair it straight up with the Rakan? I think that could be a good idea. Honestly, at the moment, the Rakan is the better part of the Xayah-Rakan combo. She's fine, but he is such a good engage support, can really punish an immobile carry such as an Ashe. But they are instead going to go towards the Volibear. He's one of those other priority heavy engaged junglers. He doesn't have quite the same engaged tools that a Vi or a Xin Zhao do have, but at the same time he can be that much tankier and really effective as a front line to buy space for the Xayah or the Ahri.
I'm a bit surprised we don't go for the Rakan here. It gives Polytechnica a bit of an obvious ban going into the second rotation. Perhaps their logic here is that it's a little bit hard for Rakan to find those kind of flashy engages when playing into Ahri, when playing into Ashe. It's easy to cancel him. You know, you can charm him mid-air and it can cancel the W. You can just kind of permanently slow him down with the Ashe, especially if you then rotate the Ashe onto the support. She can become very, very annoying for the Rakan player, and the lane might not be the easiest to play. With that being said, Rakan, as you said, definitely the better part of this duo. Xayah not necessarily in the best spot right now. It feels like she's just been picked up to kind of negate the threat of the Ahri charm, negate the threat of the Ashe ult, and sort of create a lot of space within team fights, which I don't mind, because that alongside the Orianna means you've definitely got a lot of control around these later game objective team fights.
Yeah, and I think that actually Xayah's ability to contribute to a wombo combo is undersold oftentimes. You can lay down those feathers in a big team fight. It's really difficult to dodge them, to know where to stand, to try to avoid that pullback. And if you get pulled in through that Orianna shockwave and then the then the feathers get pulled back through, that is going to be a huge amount of damage with the Volibear buying you space as well. I really do like what is being laid down here, whereas this pick composition that we're seeing a lot more right now from Poland is just going to be so much single target damage. Whoever you choose right now is just going to get shredded, but you don't have the AoE at the moment. I would like to see a little bit more of that potentially from our top lane, from our supports, but we could just end up with a big tanky top lane. You've got plenty of damage if you want it. They're going to pick themselves up the Nautilus right here. The Nautilus Ashe, a bot lane they've been playing quite a lot recently, and like we were saying, it is super strong at the moment, and give that counter pick over to the top lane. So we are going to see what the rounded out composition for Slovakia is. They still need themselves a top, we would imagine, and a support. Thresh buys you even more space. That's even more of Uterus trying to get away from all of that potential lockdown onto a single target. He's not bad with the Xayah, but it's not one of those bot lanes that you think about as a, premier pairing. Oh, I actually prefer the Rel in this situation. It gives you a little bit more space for your characters to play around in a team fight, even if you do lose a little bit of that bailout ability that the Thresh Lantern gives you.
Yeah, I prefer the Rel to the Thresh, definitely. One thing I will say, I'm not entirely sure if I value the Rel that much over having the Xayah Rakan pairing right now. Rakan going through this ban phase surprised me in the first place, and then just pretty much
Oh,
passing up on it as though it was nothing. We see Akshan picked up on the B5, not something we're used to seeing necessarily in competitive play, and to answer it, probably just an immediate Malphite slam, which wouldn't surprise me necessarily because outside of Orianna, there's not much magic damage on this team, and even that, you're more looking at her for the control she brings to a team fight rather than straight up one-shotting a big tank like the Malphite.
yeah, the Zac would also make sense in this situation. It is going to be the Malphite, though, just going to go towards that massive tank, and I think that rounds out the composition really well. I wanted some AoE from the top laner to give you a little bit of an easier time around these team fights, and Malphite certainly brings that. That Unstoppable Force is just a ridiculous teamfight engage tool, and you do have plenty of immobile carries to get on top of. The Akshan, sure, he does have that swing around to try to get himself out of a situation, but in a big messy teamfight, it's unlikely that you're going to be able to use that as effectively than when you're trying to get away from a gank, say, and the Orianna specifically is very, very easy to burst down. If you can blow that Xayah ultimate immediately as you start a teamfight as well, then that single target engage that you've drafted yourself can come through. Overall, I prefer this composition out of Poland. I think it's got a lot more avenues that you can really play around, but at the same time, what Slovakia have drafted for themselves, if it gets a little bit ahead, these team fights are going to be terrifying.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things to mention as well is how easy it is to then get a pick for the Viego to grab his first reset within a fight. Even if, say, the Ashar gets Xayah ulted, well then you've got the Malphite follow-up for that. Even if the Malphite ult necessarily doesn't hit onto the greatest targets, you've got so much follow-up with the Ahri Charm, with the Ashar, and I think they have drafted just about enough DPS through the Ashe and the Viego to be able to pick up on skills once the CC does land. As well as that, I don't think there's really enough disengage on the blue side right now. Obviously, once Xayah has used her ult, there isn't really much to keep people off of her. There's a lot of sort of general CC in their kit, but that involves the Rel flying in 1v5 and doing all this. I think that's one of the reasons I perhaps would have preferred the Rakan, who's able to get in, sort of keep champions off the Xayah and then jump back out onto her and maybe play it slowly. Once all that CC is used, they can then re-engage using their own composition and then pick people off one by one. So I think I would agree with you in general that I prefer the Polish team comp right now. I think it's a bit too easy to find picks with what they've drafted. And I would be surprised if the Viego doesn't find team fights a little bit easy this game.
Yeah, but again, you are really looking at getting that first kill, and there are plenty of tanky champions to try to buy that space to stop that initial reset from coming through. At the same time as the Viego, if you do find that first reset, but it is onto something like the Orianna, doesn't exactly have any movement kit, doesn't have that much damage that you can really lay down in one go because her ultimate is the best part of her kit. You're a Viego, you're stuck without a lot of movement around in the back of a team fight. That can end pretty badly for you, so you've got to be pretty careful as reigning with what you're going to do. But we are going to jump on into our first game of the series, and let's go.
Let's go, Bluxer. First game of the series, obviously our Slovakian friends playing on a couple of the UEM sub, actually the Tournament Realm issues, so we will mostly be calling them by their champion names at this point, just to avoid confusion, so it's not UEM sub 1, UEM sub 2, sub 3, sub 4. That being said, a little 5-man start in the bot side versus the 5-man start in the top side, both protecting against possible invades, but neither team actually looking to go for the invade just yet. Things could get a little bit suspicious if anyone tries to cross this top river, though, in too much isolation.
Certainly could do. You don't want to walk into either of these teams right now particularly, but any team that has a Nautilus level 1 is going to be terrifying to step up onto. Reigning is going to get himself a little bit of vision, spot out where it is that Bosaku is going to be starting. It looks like that is going to be towards the top side of the map, which is going to end up with a split map. Reigning not going to call on his bot lane to give him any kind of leash, instead going to start towards the chickens. That could potentially mean working your way down if you want to, and heading straight on into the bot lane and trying to get a kill there, or you can just turn it into a general full clear. Either works fine.
Absolutely, and we see with this Volibear starting on Raptors here, kind of allows the Xayah and Rel to soak up a little bit of the pressure that the Ashe Nautilus lane would normally have over you. It means you're not just getting shoved under your tower on first wave and kind of having to play under there for the entire game. They will still lose out on the push just in general as this first Nordic hook does go in. Just getting a little bit of poke down. We'll walk out of this one. Overall in a winning play, although the Rel deciding to actually jump in with that charge, taken down to about 120 HP, but will slip away from that one thanks to the use of the defensive flash. Does have Hex Flash available, so won't feel as bad in the situation, but does mean there can be quite dangerously forced on the tower here. Volibear, however, reading this play as Raining looks to maybe capitalize the aggression of the Polish bot side. Hook just about missed, but there's no level 2 from the Xayah and Rel just yet. Trying to stall that one out before he comes into this lane. One more minion will do it as the Volibear is charging in. Hook cancel. Does stop the stun. Gets the stun anyway onto the Nautilus, but they have no real follow-up. The hook lands in on the backside, and Volibear is taken out almost immediately. First blood to Foka, who flashes out of the Rel W. No flash available to get out of this one. That will be 2 kills at the minimum. Red buff now on the Ashe as well. Flash forward to get the stun. The Nautilus has hook available soon, I believe. Searching.
There it
finds
is!
it! And taking 1 kill for himself, says, listen, bro, I handed you 2 more. You can let me have 1. Let me get that first item. Spike, 3 kills for the Polish bot lane 3 minutes into this game.
Uh-oh, that's not the kind of gank that you were looking for. Starting towards the chickens on Raining, it does give you a perfect opportunity to try to 3-camp to gank down into that bottom lane, and it looked like it was going to go well. You initially get that Volibear run cancelled out, but that just resets it. You get your stun back again, but that felt like neither of the bot lane really wanted to go in on that play, and nobody could decide who to go for. Raining didn't want to just straight up flash and try to stun onto Foka. That wouldn't have gone well. They would have just been able to flash Ghost away in that situation too, and so nobody goes for either of the bot lanes, and you're just stood there taking damage from the Ashe. Now Ashe doesn't deal that much in the early game, but what she does is slow you to a ridiculous extent, and it meant that they just could not get anything done. It looks like Raining once again wants to find a gank. Does hit that Scryer's Bloom though, so not going to be able to get into this mid lane. And this is a real delay onto the clear, whereas Bosagu has just been farming, has already taken his reset, so is in another very strong position.
Absolutely, and I think one of the main issues with this fight early game, it seemed like there was just a severe lack of communication. The Volibear didn't look like he knew what he actually wanted to do. Sort of rushed in, got the initial Q cancelled, reset it, and then just stunned the Nautilus and kind of walked away, and he's like, well, I guess there's nothing to be done here. Perhaps if they'd been more aggressive onto the Ashe, who doesn't have cleanse available, you get that flash Q from the Volibear, you can then follow up with the root from the Xayah, Rel CC, there's a chance he just bursts down the Ashe before they're able to flash away. Didn't end up being the case. 3 kills go over the way of Polytechnica. They're up 1.6k gold already, just 4 minutes into this game. Bleeding waves a little bit in mid and top, but I don't think they care too much about that. They just want to stabilize this out now, and the Ashe is in a great position to carry.
Really is. Giving over those early kills for an Ashe is just going to make this bot lane that much harder to play around. It gives you a ton of pressure as well when you want it around this potential Drake spawning. Just about now, Bosaku is in the area, could potentially head down there, is going to ping onto it, and with the bot lane so strong, if you want to just bully out onto this side, it's going to be very, very easy to do so.
Absolutely, this Akshan trading out a little bit in the top lane won't mean too much, and the longer this game goes on, the harder this will become for the Akshan as these armor items start to come in. I think the main issue here is that Arise is actually allowed to go pretty much full armor. You can get the Frozen Heart because you've got 3 auto-attacking champions in this game. You can get the Tabis because you have 3 auto-attacking champions in this game without really being punished too much. Orianna might do a little bit of damage. Choi looking for a hook here, but they might have not been aware of the 4th member in this instance. Viego looking for a stun over the wall, does land, but kill picked up very quickly by Archaim there. As it seems like SCR might just look to start up this Drake, a little bit wary that there might still be someone searching in the area. Viego stun does go wide, Charm goes wide as well, forces the Spirit Rush, Flash with the Orianna combo, Shockwave lands onto the Ashe, Shutdown picked up immediately, and a lovely swing from SCR who can turn their sights on Drake now. With 1 less member to worry about. Seems like just a little bit of fishing for damage here from the Ahri won't be too much done in the end. They will instead take the grubs on the top side as they walk away with their tails between their legs.
Yeah, you're just gonna accept that you have messed this one up just a little bit, and it's really surprising quite how well that went, but I think this is the main difference between these two compositions. The pick is going to be really, really strong for Poland, but for Slovakia, the second that you get into a big team fight, all of that AoE damage that you can lay down is just going to take you through them much, much easier. You do still, as Poland, pick yourself up these grubs. It's not like you lose out entirely. Wasaku picking these up nice and easily. So it's not the end of the world, but still, your bot lane was in a super strong position. That Drake should have theoretically been easily yours, and instead, you give it over to the opponents, and that lead that had started so well gets cut down just that bit.
Yeah, and that mostly comes down to positioning issue, I'd say. The Nautilus going in a bit too early before he had the support meant that he found himself a bit of a 1v4. The Viego couldn't enter the fight. The Ahri wasn't ready to move down from mid yet. The Ashe wasn't quite there. Once the Nautilus dies, we see one double charge just getting flashed away from there by Ressi, who will enter camouflage. Wait to see what happens.
Yeah.
Wait for the jungle to skedaddle away. But yeah, I think once that Nautilus goes down, you kind of just sack immediately. Having to give the Ashe shutdown as well felt like completely unnecessary. Felt like something that was kind of forced out of their hand rather than a good play from SCR. So a little bit of just overconfidence, overstepping there. They are still up gold. They do still have at least the grubs as a consolation. But that Mountain Drake would have just been so nice to have on the Malphite, on the Nautilus against the team which might struggle to take them down.
Absolutely, because every bit of extra armor in this game is going to be so important. Like you said, the Orianna, she will do plenty of damage. Orianna's no slouch, but she is not one of those big burst mages where you're really reliant on her damage specifically. It is that shockwave instead that you're relying on to then be able to land all of your AD damage from the Akshan, from the Xayah, and being able to put yourself in a better armor position would have just been really good. At the same time, you're going to make good use of it as Raining, as the Rel. Both of these carries are going to be able to be pretty happy, you know, with this Mountain Drake. And so as we move 8 and a bit minutes into this game, like we said, there's a small lead at the moment for Poland, but neither team has really pulled out ahead. None of these lanes have completely collapsed in. There is a decent little CS gap in the mid lane at the moment, only about 10, but still, it is something that you can look towards. Same thing beginning to pop up right here for Reki in the top lane as the Akshan. A little decent chunk, but at the same time, none of these lanes have got massive canyons that feel insurmountable.
No, so especially as Malphite, you kind of expect to be in this position, right? And one of the benefits of playing a champion like this is you have access to quite cheap items if you do want. One of the things we've seen so often in recent seasons is tanks building things like support items, Knight's Vow, Redemption. Obviously, Malphite does tend to favor going a full tank build, but if he's that far behind, able to pick up, you know, Sunfire, Knight's Vow, Frozen Heart, that 3-item build for the same price as 2 items on any other champion in your game can be very useful.
Really can be. You just need to get yourself to those item spikes as quickly as possible, though, which, you know, can be a little bit of a worry. Akanar's actually going to go towards that Dark Seal as well, so is feeling confident about being able to stack up onto that one. Ahri is pretty difficult to get on top of, especially once you have got that level 6. So much extra mobility built in with this champion, which is great because you need to be able to get away from a potential Volibear charging at you, a Rel leaping in. But I do think that's another part of this composition from Slovakia that I worry about a little bit. Do they have the engage tools that isn't just your Rel and your Volibear having to fling themselves at the opposition? Do you have a way to try to find that initial kill to stop teamfights from just being straight up 5v5 brawls? And at the same time, will Poland really want to engage into any of these teamfights where they have to just be in a 5v5 when they could instead try to pick out onto somebody and use some of this movement ability and longer range engage tools that they have to instead find that initial play to then turn the teamfight in their favor?
Absolutely. I think one of the things to focus on as well is that outside of the Ashe, every champ has a way to get out of SCR's engage in some way. Obviously, not necessarily the most useful. You know, you don't want to be Viego ulting away from a fight all the time. But there are just ways to disengage very easily from the Rel Orianna combo. If you can get onto the Ashe, very good. But if she's able to play her range and just allow her team to sort of tank up all that initial engage from the Orianna from the Rel, I think it could be very difficult for the Slovakian side to find entrances into fights. And then if Ashe is free hitting on the backside, it becomes completely unplayable.
Yeah, it really does. If you can just sit and hit as an Ashe, it's the slows more than anything that you're laying down. It's an inbuilt Rylai's, and whenever I see a mage pick up the Rylai's, I'm immediately like, ah yeah, this game just got a lot harder because movement in team fights is so crucial. Anytime you're trying to dodge away from a skill shot, reposition to get your engage, and you're that much slower, it's so difficult to play around. We've got the next Drake spawned up at this point in the game, and both of the teams have got, you know, a decent amount of members in the area. Bosaku is on a reset, going to be heading his way down, but all of the vision is very much in the favour of Slovakia, and if they can pick this one up, get themselves 2 Drakes to none, that puts them in a good position to play around the Drakes as a key win condition.
Yeah, this is quite good from the Slovakian side already, having found this position in the rivers. That charm does go wide. They are pulling the top laner down here. Does have the unstoppable charge available. Smite goes down for the Viego, stolen away. First kill onto the volley bear. That's one we said already picked up. 2 more members are guaranteed to die as the unstoppable charge comes through, taking down the AD carry, taking down the support. Will they chase down this poor Orianna? Maybe looking, fishing for something. The Malphite has stayed. He's going to come up behind her, so she has nowhere to go. Flash is available. Shockwave available as well, but in a 1v4, how is she going to play this one out? Tanking is the Malphite. It's a valiant effort, but I don't think that's going to do enough to deal with these 3 melee tanks that have just dove into your face. Ari moves into the top side to stop Akshan from getting anything on the other side of things. Overall, a fantastic play from the Bulls.
Really well executed dive, really well executed play around that Drake pit. It was a... Oh, hang on, bot lane is going to get engaged upon.
The Void Bear flashing in, not being able to get that stun onto the Ashes means he's going to be able to kite this back fairly easily. As you said, landing those slows one by one.
TP,
Flash
TP.
W comes in. TP is behind, but they've already got 1 kill. If they can get a second, this can be very dangerous for the Orianna. No Shockwave or Flash available. They can just turn this fight around immediately. Nautilus is looking, but Viego away from his team on the backside, one-shotting the Xayah, and they turn their sights onto this now completely defenseless Orianna. Hook does land the Ashe, free hitting with that Kraken Slayer. Can we get 1 kill back? Not even that! And things go from bad to worse from SCR.
Really does. Unfortunate right there for the Slovakian team. Everything just goes wrong. And you can see the idea behind that bot lane play. Try to just get on top of this bot lane that has potentially pushed up too far. But they didn't wait long enough. Bosku was still around. And the TP behind, I like the concept behind that TP flank. But you are a no-item Orianna. You don't do that much. And you've just blown your flash and your ultimate during that previous dive, so you don't really have anything to contribute to your team. It's unfortunate, but it gives a ton more kills over to Polytechnica. Bolostica and Poland have got to be feeling very good about that one. 6-1 and 5 onto this Ashe. If we could have a quick look at the gold as well, because it's got to be pretty big at this point.
Absolutely, and I think even looking at the gold won't tell us what's about to happen in this top lane. This is what I feared for the side of SCR. This Malphite just outscaling the action in terms of damage. The unstoppable charge coming through. Flash is available, but I think the Malphite, if they can just stick on here, not enough damage. The ult will come through, but 2 members available to block this, as well as the wave. Hook does land, bucks you a 3rd kill. 305, 8 KP as the jungler, 11 KP on both bot laners, who have been extremely active this game with 11 out of 12 on the kill participation. 2 items on the Ashe, skipping the boots to get that Brunans in early as the Ashe ult does miss, go wide, but the Dredge line hits onto the Rel, the charge comes through onto the Xayah. We're landing everything on to everyone. It seems like the Polish team wants to make this a quick series.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, they're not going to be as fast right now as Ukraine were, so that's something, but this could still be an incredibly quick end. The composition and the way that it's being executed upon just feels cleaner. You needed to get to those big 5v5 team fights and execute on them cleanly as Slovakia, but instead they lost out in the individual lanes. They found 1 decent team fight around a Drake, but in the second team fight they never really turned. Instead they had no vision onto Bosaku, allowed him to just wander into the pit, steal away that Drake, and because there was a split focus between the Drake and the team fight, nobody was able to fully land all of their abilities onto a couple of members, burst them down, then play the rest of the team fight. It was split, it was messy, and Poland come away with a king's ransom. Now just 15 minutes into the game and they are up by 7,000 gold. A huge lead this early on.
Absolutely. My fear going forward in this game was SCR, that Cloud Drake fight felt like one of the best angles they were going to get in the entire game with the position that they actually had on the Dragon. The Malphite TP now perfectly timed with that Drake, so can have it up whenever he wants it. I struggle to see how they're going to be able to enter any of these objective fights without first finding a pick, and I think they're at that stage now where they're reliant on Polytechnica making mistakes and making those sort of bad decisions, which can lead to them picking up on those shutdowns, but it will be very hard for them to reach onto these carries. You have to get that Shockwave onto the Ashe. You have to get your Rel onto the Ashe. And with Ghost available and Flash coming up soon as well, I struggle to see how they might do that.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tricky. A lot is riding.
No Flash
I mean,
on this Akshan.
just
He will
dead.
sorry, Akshan, this Orianna will just
Yeah.
succumb to death. Not actually using the Flash away in the end. As they pick up a kill with 20 seconds on the Drake. Herald pop down in the mid lane as well. This should give them the pressure they need to pick up that first Ocean Dragon of the game. Put them 2 dragons away from the soul. Viego may have underestimated how much
big
he's gonna be
engage.
flying back. The Unstoppable ultimate comes in for the body, but no reset available just yet. No Unstoppable charge either, as it was used in the top lane to kill that Orianna. But it seems like they just have way too much gold in their pockets. Stat checking the enemy and taking down 4 members. The Xayah ult comes through. No flash
Herald
available
engage!
as the Herald knocks her up, allowing the Malphite to slam the ground, pick up the unofficial ace as Orianna respawns and runs back to try and pick up whatever is left of their crumbling base. 17 minutes into this game, they will just collect their things, waddle on over to the dragon. 3 minutes until Nash, which I feel like they can probably just do on spawn. They choose not to go for the Drake just yet, wanting to be healthy enough to not flip anything, wanting to pick up on all the gold that they just got as well. The Ashe building towards that Triforce. Viego finishing his second item. Close to a Frozen Heart on the Malphite as well. These champions are going to feel unkillable.
Yeah, it's just a canyon at this point. And that engage was really nice. I love the decision making, the just straight up, hey, we can just go. We can just go for this play immediately that we got out of Terek on the Rel. But it didn't matter because you are so far behind, because the response out of Poland was so fast. The second that that engage went down, there were TPs coming in, everybody was flying on over, you're able to turn it, and because you are so far behind in terms of just raw damage that you can actually output as a team, it doesn't matter that the great engage came through from Terek, because you can't capitalize on it. You end up losing a lot more than you gained. Now, an open base as well, and you don't even lose an inhibitor, so there's not that constant flow of gold coming in. Instead, you're still having to step out of your base to try to get on top of these waves. Any last little scraps of farm that you can, trying to move towards those second items that have already come through for basically everybody on Poland.
Yeah, and off camera, we did see the Orianna pick up a solo kill in the top lane. Not entirely sure what happened there. I think maybe the Spirit Rush just wasn't available to get away from that. One of the things we did kind of forget to mention is that although that engage was so good on the mid lane, they didn't have the Orianna, right? She was killed in that top lane fight, so although there was no Malphite ult, although there was no Ahri ult available, it was still a 4v5. You have to see the Unstoppable charge being used defensively here just to make sure no more shutdowns can be picked up. But yeah, they didn't really have the tools to follow up on that Rel CC, right? Because the Volibear and the Rel, it looked like a big engage, but without that Shockwave, you're lacking so much of that chain you need to pick up the kill. The Xayah, I don't think, got enough DPS down just because she's so far behind on gold. And once that was all used, it was too easy for the Ashe and the Nautilus to play around. The Malphite, completely unkillable at this stage, looking at the items that he has. Looking dire.
Damn. If you let the Ahri, sorry, not the Ahri, the Orianna, just keep hitting you. If you let Deepe just sit and hit, eventually the Malphite dies. But keyword there is eventually, and if you let one of the AD champions try to attempt to just sit and hit, it's not happening. This is such a threat of a Malphite, as the hook, hook misses, arrow misses as well, but worth a try. And you can see that long range pick composition coming through as this pressure is just laid down. The 6 grubs doing work right now.
Hook does land now. Dredge line onto the Volibear, will be killed before he can even use ultimate. Big shockwave on the 3 people as the Rel follows in. The Xayah does have enough feathers and maybe pick up a kill or 2 here, but no pullback just yet. It'll be a second kill for Polytechnica before anything has come back as an answer. Using the Akshan to swing away to safety. 2 members are very low, but will be able to escape with their lives. Ahri trying to sneak in a charm on the side of things, but won't land. It is just the 2 kills as they turn their sights onto the Nash.
Jungler dead though. And jungler dead, and so you can potentially go for the Nash, but with health bars below 50, it looks like instead they're gonna, I was gonna say base,
Yeah,
but they're
do.
just
The
gonna go!
are still available. Flash ult onto 3 as the Nautilus follows through with a hook of his own. All 3 members should just about drop here. Maybe not the Orianna. Using that extra speed to get to safety. Don't think there's any angle for them to actually dive this one without losing a life of their own. The Ahri does definitely want it, but no flash available to get in range. We'll just shove out that wave to make sure they have as much pressure as possible on this Baron play. Of course, they do have the 6 grubs, so those Void Knights are doing a little bit of extra damage. Volibear trying to find a way into this pit here. Raining, being held hostage by this Malphite, just keeping him at an arm's length. making sure to turn wherever they see this jungle come out. They will just try to pick up the kill as early as possible. Shockwave not yet available, but they do get the jungler at the start of this fight. The Auction ult coming down means the second kill
Raining!
for Raining.
The healing!
The heal, the triumph and the W, but Ashe on the backside of this entire fight, free hitting, as we said, will clean up another 2 kills. It is still a nice little pullback. Does have the enchanted crystal arrow available, but both their teammates basing in their jungle. Well, might overstep here just a little bit, trying to get the big ult down. Shockwave not in this fight. Enchanted crystal arrow does land into the action. Does she have enough damage to take down both? She'll get the action, but can this Rel do enough? Missing the Q stun, and now Ashe with the Malphite will be able to stand on business chasing down these 2 champions. Feathers do not land onto the ADC, but the flash forward picking up the 1k. It is a big swing of gold, but I don't think it'll be enough to make up for that 11k chasm that is slowly built up over this game. Good effort still from the Slovakian side.
Hey, Raining though, in that play, once that Sundered Skies come through, a little bit of anti-heal in the back pocket as well, just was living in the backline, healing so much, and that was a split, messy fight. Did not have all of the members. Key to note though was that a lot of the... Okay,
oh God, unstoppable charge right on Oriana's head. Does have Shockwave available.
Oh wait, the Shockwave!
We'll trade back at least 1 kill onto the RU, tries to Spirit Rush away, and now Malphite is in a bit of a weird position. Is tanky, but is he tanky enough to wait out for his Viego? I don't think they'll even try to save him here. We'll just let that shutdown go down. Guys, let's finish this guy off.
Guys.
Okay, action ult comes through. Leaving the shutdown to one of those carry champions. That is another big shutdown set over the way of SCRs. Polytechnica are stepping off the gas a little bit here. Maybe just allowing a bit too much pressure to fall the way of the Slovakian side, who are posturing dangerously around this Baron right now.
Are we witnessing a bit of a throw right now? Because this has all of a sudden felt a little bit closer. They're going to engage onto the Nautilus right now. He's not that tanky at this point. Yeah,
Chewie getting taken down really low here. Will be able to die before anyone else can answer back. The Ashe trying to kite as well as she can, but no ghost, no flash available. 2 members get taken down. Another huge shutdown onto Xayah, and they look like they have a pretty open entry into the Baron here. Oriana alive. They have 5 members up. The unstoppable charge not all available for the Malphite will probably be up by the time he gets into this fight, but I think they can burst this down before anything happens. It's going to have to be a steal attempt for Boxu on that Viego, using his camouflage to try and just decipher where he can enter this fight from. Does have the ultimate available to enter the pit. Smite as well. Ari trying to poke down some members, distract him a little bit. He will go for it.
He's stolen! Oh!
For the second time this game, he wins the Smite fight. This one's so much more important than the last. And although it only goes on to 3 members of the team, it puts such a dent in the progress being made by SCR. They will take a Constellation Dragon, I assume, on the backside of this fight, but I don't think Polytechnica even want to give them that just yet. Posturing dangerously around the mid lane, have that unstoppable charge available. The Volibear just starting this up, but they do definitely have the damage to win this in a 4v5, I think. Ult coming out from the action will be tanked up by that Malphite. Volibear all in his lonesome in the Drake pit. They will just look to posture onto him, using everything they can to try and get him before that Drake gets too low, but I think they don't have quite the damage. Rel engaging, misses. Ashe now free hitting with the Kraken Slayer. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide, but Rel is down. Volibear in a very dangerous position here. No ultimate available. He will go down as well. They will turn their sights onto the Drake as the Ahri picks up the missing links on the backside of this fight. Xayah ultimate up very soon. Can she stall it out? No. Malphite still with the unstoppable charge available. Doesn't want to try and use it onto the blind sight. Doesn't see where this action is, so not wanting to waste it, but if he pokes his head around too long, this Malphite could pull the trigger. Either way, a massive turn back in the favor of the Polish side. They do spot out the action now. Ultimate could come down, does come down. Charm misses as the shockwave comes down, but no turret shot available to pick off that Ahri. They will just get these 2 kills as Malphite tanks up that tower, taking the tier 2, taking the action's life on the backside of this fight. The Rel will look to clear out the midway, but doesn't really have anything available to do that. They're on their way to ending Bloxer.
Yeah, this one should be finished relatively soon. That being said, you do have multiple members up and available. They could try to get involved. Hook lands though.
Okay. Hook lands here, immediately taking down the Volibear. They try to answer something back with 2 members down. The Xayah with no ultimate, no flash, no cleanse available will have to slowly walk back into her base. Hook lands. I think they want to go for one more kill. No, it seems like they're telling him, dude, stop being silly, end this game. There's no need to waste time. Never mind, let's kill her anyway. 36 kills to 13. A statement victory from Polytechnica in game 1, as they are 1 game away from advancing to the lower bracket finals.
Man, oh man, what a game that was. The scoreline does not reflect the fact that that game was about to turn. If you don't lose that Baron smite, I really think that Slovakia could have pulled that game back to a more even point. Not necessarily won it, but at least pulled it back into a game where they felt like they could play. There were a couple of big shutdowns that went down. Some big items were completed. Then you pick yourself up a Baron. Maybe you can transition that into the Drake as well. Huge. You're in a great spot. But they lose that Baron, and that's just the beginning of the end for them.
Absolutely, and I mean, the Xayah getting essentially back-to-back 1Ks there felt like a really good turning point. They had full pressure on that Nash. All they had to do was make sure they secured it, but into that Viego, flying in over the wall with the ultimate, just lands the smite win, and then losing the team fight off the back of that to the 4v5 with the Baron empowered members of Polytechnica. Harsh way to lose that game in the end, but you can't say that they played perfectly. I mean, they were in such a dire position, although they were clawing their way back into it. In the end, I do think Polytechnica played overall better, aside from dropping the ball once or twice.
Yeah, there were a couple of little slip-ups. There's a reason that these teams are down in the losers bracket a lot of the time. You know, they have a couple of moments where they are not going to be perfect, but at the same time, some brilliant team fighting, a great back-and-forth game, and could be indicative of a really closely fought series. We're going to jump to a short break, and then we'll be back with game number 2.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about this situation because we were able to achieve something and we are traveling the country, visiting the country and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final. And it's category 5 for Boomin Academy. An absolute hurricane has leaped onto AIX, and they cannot withstand the damage. To Boomin Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam dips in Norway.
Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Still manages to get it deep.
The objectives has been wrong and ended. Second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Wings Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
Welcome back, welcome back. We had an amazing game one here of the University Esports Masters 2024 between Politechnica Bolostica and Steel Crows Red. Poland picks that one up, managed to find themselves a brilliant victory. It was super strong in the early game. There was a little moment where we had some questions, but in the end, they close it out nice and quickly and have put themselves on match point to heading into that next round of these playoffs.
Absolutely, a very strong showing from Polytechnica in Game 1, continuing on that miracle run that we spoke about. I mean, coming in as the 8th seed, dropping out of your first game, being forced into the lowest bracket this early on, and not dropping a game since they are paving a way to greatness in this tournament already. One game away now from the lower bracket finals. If they can just pull this one off, we'll see how they maybe try to adapt their draft to any changes from the enemy, or if they think that they can just stick with what they know, pull out this draft, which did work so well for them in the last game as we head into Game 2 of this best of 3.
And this game too is going to be super, super tense, especially for Slovakia. Now, this is do or die. This is the moment where they have to step up and show that they belong in this tournament moving forwards. If they lose, they're done. Still, they walk away with 500 euros in cash prize and being able to say that they came fourth in terms of all university esports teams in Europe. So, you know, huge, even if they lose out here. But you want to go further. You want to say your top 3, you know. Something about that top 3 is especially cool. And then, you know, if you've got a top 3, you might as well go for top 2. And at that point, just go on and win the thing. Still, whichever team loses here is going to have a brilliant showing at this tournament. But I would love to see a Game 3. You know, that first game was super fun. It was really interesting to see what ended up happening with that one. Because it was an early gank gone wrong that actually gave the big lead over to Poland.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think one of the things I want to focus on this next game is communication. Felt like a big thing for me. It felt like a lot of the time the Slovakian side was very much in two minds about what to do, about how to make a play happen. They were late to things, they were slow to things. Whenever they did force, they weren't really taking into account what the enemy could do back to them to stop them. It felt like they were just thinking, these are the abilities that we have, let's use them. Oh wait, that didn't work, GG, what happens now? And that happened too many times back to back, to the point where the lead became insurmountable. Even after getting so many shutdowns, even after pressuring, they were down like 11,000 gold. So there was just no real way for them to get back into it. We saw that around that Baron fight, they had finally maybe an angle, and that was the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it was a really unfortunate situation there. As a jungler, I feel for that one. It's such a terrible feeling knowing that actually your smite, lost your team the game. It's a situation where, if you look at it holistically, there are a lot of things that lost that game for Slovakia, but it feels in your heart of hearts like if you'd have just gotten that smite fight, there's a chance, and you're not wrong in that situation. If you win that smite fight, perhaps you do come back and win that one out. Hopefully Reigning can shake it off, get that mental back on track, and run it back in this second game. We are going to see the Tristana taken off the board once again. It'd be interesting to see what these focuses are going to be. We've seen a lot of ADCs taken off, even though the Tristana at the moment does end up in that mid lane role a lot more often. But do we think we're going to see any adaptation right here, specifically from Slovakia, to get rid of what seemed to really work?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, now that you have swapped sides as well, you wonder whether or not the draft is going to play out similarly, or whether we see Polytechnica maybe try and pick more of these sort of single OP champs. You see the Jinx ban coming out. So the bans sort of reversed a little bit this game. It seems like the champions that we see banned are the same, but from the opposite sides. Just trying to knock out those power picks. Knocking out the Tristana, once again, feels like a bit targeted at this point. As well as getting rid of that Ahri, which they seem to think was a bit of a threat. In that first game, tends to be a little bit more useful on the blue side as well, because you can pick it to get more prior on the already dangerous bot lane matchups that you can have. So it'll be interesting to see if they prioritize a B1 mid pick like we saw in the last game from the side of SCR, or if they choose to pick one of those more broken ADCs, maybe a Lucian, although then you're kind of leaving it open to double counter pick from the red side.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you do pick up the Lucian and you can't get the Nami, that pick becomes a lot less impactful. It still works really well with things like the Milio or the Brom, so you're not completely locked out, but at the same time, you would really like to pick up that Lucian Nami if that is the decision for your bot lane. See what this final ban will be out of SCR before we can get on to that first pick. So many of those strong junglers have been left open. The Xin Zhao does get taken off the board, but that leaves the Vi up and available, something that we know that Boxu likes to play. Could be picked up first right here. It's a great just building block for a composition. You are locking yourself into trying to get things going early. A Vi that can't start things off does fall behind quite badly, but at the same time, you are then able to play around it effectively. Orianna is going to be locked in right here. It wasn't the big problem for SCR and Poland. They think they could do even better with it. The response looks like it is going to be the Syndra. It's a very nothingy lane for the most part, barring some pretty big mistakes. In the mid lane, you shouldn't see any solo kills. Instead, these champions are looking to get involved in the skirmishes and team fights, at which point they can be huge. The Syndra gives you a lot of scaling once you get into the later game, and the Scatter the Weak can be a great engage tool.
I thought we escaped the Orianna Syndra method block, so I thought we were free from these shackles for now. Yeah, I mean, very standard mid lane matchup, right? Two control mages that both scale incredibly well, have incredible value in team fights. Obviously, Syndra has the slight range advantage. Orianna's CC is a bit easier to land in terms of just, chucking a ball on someone and sending them into the fight. Tends to be a bit more impactful than just the Scatter of the Weak in general. Nautilus alongside the Syndra does mean they have great pick potential already. So I think what we're going to see is a blue side team focused especially around team fighting versus a red side team focused specifically around individual picks, which, I mean, that's kind of what we've seen in just every game. Red side has won most of the games that we've seen over the last 2 days, so it seems to have just had a lot more priority. We've seen every team losing, picking the red side as well, as we now see that Ashe Brom, such a strong bot lane coming in together, and again, does feel like they're just going for that focus on team fighting. But with the Ashe now, do have quite a bit of pick potential as well onto single targets, as the Varus comes in to pair up with the Nautilus. Could theoretically be a Varus top, but I would be surprised if it's not just a pick to match the Ashe. Two similar ADCs in their style of play, in the sense that they have sort of very powerful, very game-changing ultimate abilities, but can also function within a team fight as well. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams play around those two pick-centered bot lanes.
Absolutely, and you've got a little bit of flexibility out of the Varus. Do you want to go towards on hit? Would you rather use that lethality to just poke out? Against an Ashe Brom, you kind of can go either way. The lethality keeps you further away from the Ashe's poke and slows, which could be very useful, but at the same time, you're not completely locked out of being able to go towards that more on hit build. It really depends, I think, on if we're going to be seeing a big tank in the top lane, in the jungle potentially, that you then really need to have that on hit to be able to shred through, because at the moment, a lethality build landing that poke onto Orianna and Ashe, they're both very immobile, very easy to hit poke onto. You're kind of reliant on the Brom having that shield up to try to keep people safe. So either way, that could work out for them. SCR, they're going to ban away the Olaf and that Viego. Poland taking the Zac off the board could well look to ban out something else in the top lane. I was going to say the Malphite. Instead, it is going to be the Darius taken away. That does leave the Malphite still up and available. SER could look towards that one. Without the Zac, kind of the big top lanes have been taken off the board. Ornn is always going to be an option, though.
I do think that taking away the Xin Zhao was very, very big here from SCR. I think they don't really have many jungle options that aren't very threatened by the Syndra Varus combo now. If he had the Xin Zhao, he could tank up the Varus ult, tank up the Scatter of the Week with an ultimate of his own, meaning that they can't just one-shot him at the start of a fight moving out of the play. Now, the junglers you have remaining, you're kind of forced into a position where you pick a tank, I think. I don't think you're allowed to go a bruiser here necessarily. I think you kind of have to sit on a champion more like a Sejuani, which means your DPS is maybe not as great, but Sejuani alongside an Ashe Brom can be very, very dangerous.
So scary.
They can't get away from that.
Yeah.
Volibear prioritized instead. We have seen so much priority placed on this Volibear by so many teams as the top lane hovers are coming in. But yeah, Volibear and Wukong, both champions can have quite okay pressure in the early game. Volibear tends to be better pre-6. Once level 6 is hit, that Cyclone does become so big in team fights, but I'm not sure how much you value that Cyclone when you consider the fact that you want to just go in and kill one person and get out a lot of the time with the Syndra Varus, or at the very least poke people down while kind of playing front to back with a poke style rather than front to back with a DPS style, where the Wukong maybe goes in, hits a 4-man Cyclone, and they don't really have much to follow up on that because people are trying to focus on one target in that fight.
Indeed, with that Cassante being locked in, you've got a great front line. You are very reliant on your Ashe and your Orianna getting ahead. And that is a genuine locked in Kayle. As SCR, as Slovakia, you are one game away from being eliminated from this tournament. And you go Kayle top.
Dylan.
I respect that, you know. If you think you are that good of a Kayle player, I respect that so much. The Cassante isn't a bad matchup to play into. You're unlikely to get massively punished by the Cassante. If you let him get on top of you too much, pre-level 6, it can be a bit of a risk, but he's not going to be ranged. He's not going to have those same engage tools that, say, a Renekton, a Darius, that kind of thing would have that could make a Kayle's life so miserable. She can just sort of sit back and scale. It gives you some pretty good late-game insurance. At the same time, though, your Wukong doesn't have any innate CC, neither does your Kayle, so that's a no-go lane for any real ganks. You're instead, as the Wukong, having to look towards that mid to bot lane, which leaves the Kayle vulnerable to a potential Volibear gank as we get later on into this game.
I mean, the problem is I think you kind of have to ignore the Kayle this game.
Yeah.
Which isn't necessarily great because there are lanes definitely with Kayle where you can force 2v1s or where you can even play around her level 6 timer to then force a fight with her ultimate where, you know, you might have lost the 1v2, but actually with Kayle you can kind of pull it out. So that's a no-go, as you mentioned. The Varus Syndra pick potential is absolutely phenomenal. But do they then have the DPS to follow up on killing one person when you've got the Ashe, Orianna, Volibear, Cassante in your face, smacking down with much more consistent damage than just that lethality burst mage combo, which,
yeah,
yes, it can be very, very good at sort of prepping for objectives, but if you don't get the initial picks you need, or if you get one pick and then collapse, it can crumble very quickly.
Really can, but we are going to hop on into this game. Will Poland send us straight onto our next series and advance in this tournament, or are we going to get ourselves another game? We are going to see a 5-man stack from Poland up towards the top side of the map. Nobody has really stepped up to be able to spot this one out. The Kayle sat one bush back, so this could potentially be a sneaky invade, depends on which way they go. If they go upwards, so the Kayle is now going to spot this one out.
Yeah, so they are spotted. At the very least, they will commit some members up here just to make sure that they can't get free entry into the jungle. Once they realize that nobody's here anymore, we'll probably just reset and get some pressure. But there are people here. It's 4 members sticking around as the Orianna looks to loop back through the mid side. Not sure if they know that they're spotted, but we'll just get a deep ward and maybe pull away from this one for now. The Orianna is unaware that she's about to walk into a Nautilus hook, however. First blood, 1 minute 10 seconds in, goes the way of the Wukong. And I think they like having that kill on their jungler. The faster that he can get towards that level 6, the faster that he can get towards that first item, the faster he can make them a team fighting power.
Absolutely, and I love this little view of the vision right here. Thank you very much, production. There is a ton of vision and wards in the area now for Steel Crows. They know exactly what's going on. However, you are going to be spotted out. That blue ward just behind the red buff pit is going to give a great amount of vision. But like you said, giving Raining that early kill is huge. Now, this is going to be a lane swap, but this is another bad decision. Uh-oh.
The Varus now unaware of the Ash
Oh, the
away
hook
from that
lands.
bush, but the hook does land to buffer a bit of the damage coming out. Meant that nothing came through onto the stun. They will try to turn this one around now, but Kayle can't really provide anything in this fight. So cleanse used by the Varus and flash by the Nautilus. 4 people now in the top side for the Slovakian team, as Cassante will shove this wave under tower. Kayle forced the TP to match this. Will miss out on quite a bit of XP off this wave, however, meaning Cassante does have quite a bit of an advantage here. Could even look to maybe rotate the swap away and force this Kayle out of lane. I wouldn't mind seeing the Ashe Prom actually sent into this Kayle once the waves are pushed out, making her game really miserable.
This is one of the oddest lane swaps that I've seen. I think the reason neither of us really touched on it being a possibility is because these are not necessarily the lanes you expect to see doing this kind of lane swapping. Raining is going to make his way up into this top lane, potentially wants to look for a gank if he can find this. Ah, spotted. Thank you very much. Again, production showing the exact vision. Now you know what is happening. This is just going to waste a decent chunk of the Wukong's time. And he's only taken his red buff and his Grugs. Like, that is not a lot of gold you're recalling on even having gotten that initial first blood kill.
No, definitely not. And this wave not really big enough to force a dive off either. The health bar is not looking good enough to force a dive off. They won't get level 3 as early as they wanted because the Wukong is here soaking some of these minions as well. Meaning the Wukong will just take base instead. The problem is now you walk into your bot side jungle, there's a level 3 volley bear waiting for you, possibly waiting to dive your mid laner with the flash available. E does miss, lands the shield, flash E backwards from the Syndra is a little bit suspicious possibly. I'm not sure who you're trying to run to right now, brother. You're not going to be able to trade a kill back either. The Orianna will just pick up the solo kill, so I guess at the very least denied an assist for the volley bear, but you're now down a flash and still gave a kill to your opposite laner. The Orianna will take that with a smile on her face.
Uni Esports, baby. Let's go. This is very uni of these teams. A slightly odd lane swap. A brilliant little flashback that just sort of puts you in the middle of nowhere. And this game has already started off nice and explosive. We not even got the next Drake. First Drake is going to be spawning in a minute's time. And so we'll take stock. Our bot laners at the moment, top laners, obviously, are gonna be sat pretty even, which is fine. As the Kel, you are perfectly happy to be sat at an even point. Whereas, in this mid lane, you already pick up yourself that kill for Azengards. You're going to be able to get back to base, get a ton of extra items, so this is going to be a pretty big gap in the mid lane. But I think the biggest chasm we're seeing at the moment is the jungle. Despite that first blood kill going over to Raining, the subsequent pathing was just a little bit odd, and the time wasted means that Bosku has been able to catch back up and put himself into what could have been a pretty bad position into what is actually a bit of an advantage.
I mean, luckily this 10 CS won't hurt as much thanks to that first blood, but the over-eagerness to commit to a topside play has hurt this jungler, I do believe. We see the Ashe now slowly making way down to the bot lane. This is what we said we wanted to see earlier, but with the Slovakians being able to take bases in both their bot and top lanes at the same time, they could be able to match this if they have the foresight. Ashe shouldn't show on this wave because they'll know and be able to rotate. She did show, and you saw the little icons immediately swap down. The Varus and Nautilus were going to go top lane, but as they saw the Ashe approach the wave, immediately swapped back onto it. So perhaps a little bit too eager there, the Ashe. Should have maybe waited to allow them that time to actually commit to their lanes before showing, because now the Kayle is back in the Cassante matchup, which is much nicer for her.
Yeah, this is the matchup that you really do want as this Kayle, although actually looking at where Aris is going to go, seems like instead he's going to be making his way down towards the bottom side. Does have the TP to get up to the top lane to go match. Wants to instead go and support the rest of his team around this Drake. It's going to be taken pretty quickly. Raining is in the area. Wukong's pretty good at getting steals.
Oh, and I think the Cassante wasn't aware that they were actually looking to contest, so he has committed to the TP topside now, which means they could be in a 3v4 instead of what they thought was going to be a 4v5. The Volibear taken down immediately. Every bit of CC did land. Forced to flash away is the Ashe ghosting as well, so I think the communication was a bit off there. They probably decided, hey, look, the Drake is already so low, you can just TP top, we're fine, they're not looking here. But they came in really late. Yes, the Drake was secured, but 2 kills on a flash being used. No flash was Orianna now, so the 3 members that were committed to that dragon can just walk straight to the mid lane, give a kill back to the Syndra as they look to walk back up onto the Grubs and commit to those to discount for the Drake lost.
And that Drake going over is not going to be worth all of the deaths that you lost as Poland. This is going to put them down a decent amount. That's about 2,000 gold behind already, which is going to be a huge gap this early on into the game. Moscow is going to spot out onto Raiding. is able to steal one of these away. Now can turn it into a proper fight. Raining doesn't have the ult, so is in a pretty vulnerable position. Not going to be taken down, but is going to be forced back off of these grubs. 2 go over to Poland, only 1 to Slovakia, and that could prove crucial later on.
Must be in the bot lane though. ADC is being forced to cleanse here to try and get enough damage down onto the Ashe. Stun will be landed back onto the Nautilus, but I don't think they have quite enough DPS. The pot's ticking from both sides. Ashe ticks 5 to give her a little bit more health as well. Double longswords into tier does mean that in a more extended fight the Ashe should be winning. But if that CC does land, they can pick her off before she's even allowed to do anything. K'Sante being a nuisance here, taking as many of these Krugs as he can. The Q3 lands onto the Kayle, not the target he wanted to hit. As the Wukong flashes away to safety. I don't think there's really a dive potential here due to the Kayle ultimate being available. Volibear will slide back into the mid lane. Does have the Raptors coming up she can steal, or can possibly get in behind this Syndra, whose flash is not yet up. Scatter the Weak being used on the Orianna, strangely. Maybe does just create enough space so that the Shockwave wasn't being able to land. Volibear not 6 yet, so couldn't turn off that tower damage, but will walk up and take away the jungle of this Wukong. They are down 1k gold, but do have a dragon and 2 grubs, so not completely suffering in this game at this point.
No, things have not fallen completely apart. However, it is getting to be a little bit of a tense situation for Poland. They're finding plays. They stole away the red buff, stole away the grubs. Krugs. Yikes. So many different things that are all very similarly named. Yeah. Clearly, I'm not switched on enough at this point. Steal away onto those Krugs, so you buy a lot of space, you blow the flash off of Raining as well. But at the same time, you're down a decent chunk of gold, you lost out onto all of those kills around the bot lane play, and it means that you don't really have a lane to play around as this Volibear. Volibear really does like to get early ganks off, keeps trying to go into the mid lane, but as of right now, it's been a pretty well played game where Deeps just hasn't allowed sort of the ganks to come through. And now you need to find somewhere else to go. Raining also hasn't found too much success on his ganks in terms of getting kills into his own back pocket, but he's been getting kills for his team, perfectly acceptable for the Wukong.
Yeah, and the 2 junglers will just spot each other out here, so maybe nothing too devious happening on the bot lane. Raining does have that Cyclone available now with the box Q coming in to try and force something onto the Syndra. Ults in to try and dodge the CC, get on to the Syndra, who flashes away instantly. The Cyclone does come down. Orianna's flash available, so they're not going to go fully onto her. Ends up being a bit of a nothing play from both sides. Junglers both using their ults with about 1 minute and 30 on the Dragon spawn. So this next team fight could see a Cyclone-less Wukong.
That could be huge, and more than that, I think that the lack of flash onto the Syndra could be crucial in this team fight, because we do have the Shockwave and the Ash Arrow as potential big engage tools. A flashless Syndra is incredibly immobile, incredibly squishy as well once you can get on top of her. Sure, she has that ultimate outplay button, but you can burst her down so quickly that it becomes a kind of non-factor. If you don't have enough time to set up the orbs before you press that ulti, you don't actually have that massive damage, and you won't have that execute yet because we are so early on into the game. So the flashless Syndra could come back to haunt SCR.
Ashe being sent down into the mid lane here will go wide, so the K'Sante, no real angle to force in. If it does hit the kill, I don't think he'll do too much except annoy her push, as Syndra has just been knocked into K'Sante here on the mid lane fight.
It's a death.
Not sure what happened there. I think he managed to find the angle to pull her through the wall. Yeah, you can see that ultimate bar ticking down, so he found a way to get behind the Syndra, pull her through that bot side jungle wall, pick her off, and with 20 seconds on the Drake now, TP is available for the Syndra, but no ult, no flash. I might be inclined to say that they're going to have to give a second Drake away to the Polish team. K'Sante will have TP to get back down there if he needs, soon enough as well.
Yeah, he was able to just walk back up into this lane. You do give over a little bit of turret plating gold to this Kayle. Could become a problem later on into the game, but for the moment, going to be very happy to roam down, pick up that kill, and now turn it into a Drake, potentially. Raining is in the area. Like you said, the Syndra has been able to TP back into the mid lane and rejoin this play if they want to go for it. Once again, the Drake getting down pretty low before any contest come through, but I can see Raining taking this Gromp, unlikely to try to step up late on this one. Indeed, just going to go over. And with a second Drake, that is a win con that you can now play around as Poland. Being able to stack these ones up, dictate the tempo of the map. If you don't want to go for the next one, you don't have to go for the next one. But if you do want to go for the next one, you are forcing Slovakia into responding to you, lest they give away that Ocean Soul already.
Yeah, and these early game objectives are starting to become more important for the side of Polityka here. Obviously, don't really have the position to fight these grubs just yet. Cassante having to take a base and TP back up here. They will now move back up into the river, knowing that they have their Cassante close by. The Braum is going to be later than Nautilus to this play, so if SCR can find a fight as early as they want, they do have the potential to 3v4 this on the grubs. Seems like Polytechnica just want to slow this one down, wait for the Braum to come up. Don't really need to fight the grubs, as they do have 2 already, so no opportunity for the 6 grubs to be picked up, as Foka has left the game, and not shockingly, we see a pause come in quite soon after.
Yeah, definitely going to want to throw yourself right into a pause on this one. We'll have to check in on what it was that has gone wrong. Hopefully it's just going to be a quick ping issue reset, and we'll be heading right back into the game. But to be fair, the pause has come at a pretty good time for us to break down what we've been seeing so far. You know, we've got some grubs to be taking, Herald going to be spawning soon. We're still pretty early on into this game, and it's been a lot less explosive than the previous game had been. There's been some big plays for kills, but it's been a lot more individual plays or 1 or 2 champions trying to make a play rather than big 5v5 skirmishes around objectives potentially.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things I do want to highlight is the proactivity from the Polish side so far. I think dropping down quite early, pretty big gold deficit. The Cassante then roaming around the map was able to select you know, good timers to be able to get them that Drake. Now it remains to be seen what happens around this this grub fight. I think if they're able to pick up 4 grubs on the side of SCR, that could be quite big in terms of just allowing the Kayle to get that push in the side lane. So you definitely don't want to be giving away too many grubs. If, as the volleyball, you can kind of walk in, smite one away, and then walk out, I think you're okay with that. You don't really want to overforce the fight, because if you do end up losing that fight, I think the game becomes very, very easy for SCR.
Yeah, absolutely. You overforce, you give over a couple of big kills at this point, and the composition, I think, is just more well-rounded than the previous games. And we saw that the previous game's composition was beginning to get back online when that unfortunate Baron steal comes through. And with this better, well-rounded composition out of Slovakia, if you do give too much, you are going to end up losing this game, sending it to a Game 3. Obviously, we would love that. We want to see more games of League of Legends, but it would be a not ideal position to put yourself in as Poland. You've managed to win that Game 1. Amazing. Keep that momentum going. And right now, this sort of slow, a bit timid almost early game, I feel like shows just how tense the moment is, how much these teams really don't want to lose out onto this one, and you're trying to not be the person that makes the mistake.
Absolutely, you don't want to be the person that throws the game for your team. You don't want to be the person that can take the blame, obviously. You know, if you're losing out on team fights, if you're losing out on big plays, you tend to be a lot more able to just accept that, and you can be like, listen, well, 5v5 scenario, you know, they just happen to be the better team on the day, but you don't be overstepping for fights. You don't be the person that gets solo killed in top lane or mid lane, especially when you have such volatile champions in this game, when you have Kayle, when you're reaching the stage where Syndra and Orianna can just pretty much pick one person and decide that person's going to die in this team fight. You'll be playing very carefully, but not too carefully if you're the Polish side, that you end up with a level 18 5-item Kayle in your game.
Yes, if you play so slow and carefully that this Kayle manages to get all the way to level 18 and 5 items, you have made a horrible, horrible error. And that is, I think, part of the reason why this Kayle was picked up. And to be honest, the Kayle's done really well for itself so far. It's just not an ideal situation to have a Kayle, and you can't really punish her. You don't really have the tools to be able to get on top of the Kayle to make sure that she can't just pop off all of a sudden. And it's indicative of sort of the slow pace of the game that the Kayle has been able to just sit and keep doing her thing. She's obviously so far away from coming online and becoming that big threat, but not shut down means that you are on the normal timeline. You're going to be getting to that level 16 at the kind of reasonable point into the game where we would expect it.
Yeah, and I think one of the things to touch on as well is you mentioned how the Polish team, because they got those early objectives, can maybe sack a little bit of time, sack a little bit of gold, not really force every objective, but they definitely don't want to be stalling too much, as we mentioned. You don't just give over every Drake, because then you're just adding on to that timer for the Kayle, where it's like, okay, every time that the Slovakians get a Drake, they're adding 5 minutes onto how long they have to win that game, and they're adding 5 minutes onto time for that Kayle to be able to scale.
Absolutely. We have just gotten confirmation that a player has disconnected, is just going to have to do a little bit of a router reset. We're going to jump to a short break, and we will be back very soon to bring you the rest of the game. We said it would be a short break. Welcome back. We're going to be jumping straight on into this game. We don't want to be delaying the action any further right here. All the players are back in. Everybody has reconnected nice and easily. So on we go to the game. And it's just been, you know, such a fascinating one so far. And I can't wait to see how this actually unfolds. We were playing around the grubs. Indeed, we're going to jump back in right at this point. And we could potentially be seeing a re-engage here. Looks like SER are going to back off. They don't want to over-aggress.
Yeah, but they do have all their ultimates available. Flash for the Kayle and the Wukong as well. As Dredgeline does land. Ultimate coming out onto the Orianna as well. Shockwave not used just yet. Looking for a big angle. Does land.
Oh, the Shockwave!
Ash out comes in as well. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow means that Wukong can't get his Cyclone off. Dies before even being able to use the second charge of that. 3 kills. 2 going to the Orianna. This was a huge fight for Polytechnica, who felt like the game was slipping away from them slightly. Managed to find a kill onto the Syndra mid lane. Got them that second Drake. Big fight here as well. Gives them the 5 Void Grubs. That means they're spawning Void Mites on push. They didn't lose anything bot side, but the Ashe was still able to become a part of this fight. This Orianna, definitely huge now looking forward.
Absolutely insane on the snipe right there from the Ashe arrow. Fucker really good on that one. Gonna be happy with that, and the Shockwave as well alongside it, managing to pick up just a huge amount of players. I think it was a 3-man Shockwave, and it puts everybody in a bad spot for SCR. They get taken out by the AoE CC that you've got, and fascinating fight going down when you really don't have your ADCs available to play. That is one of the joys of having that Ashe, like you said, able to get involved, and because of that, the 3 kills that end up going down plus those Void Mites gonna put you in a very strong position as Poland. It felt a little bit sketchy during the early game, but all of a sudden you explode into this game, and Arkans with that 3-2-1 scoreline is going to be very close to picking up that first completed item.
I think one of the big things to mention here is with those Merc Treads and coming into being very close to getting that Archangels. Yeah, buys that Archangels on base. This Orianna is actually going to be very, very difficult to pick off in these fights, which means she can get multiple QW combos down. It's easy for her to walk up and get an ultimate down without risking too much because she's becoming such a threat. So hard to kill from the Syndra, the CC from the Varus, and the Syndra becomes a lot more difficult to actually chain up onto a champion like that. So it means they have to focus their sights more on the Ashe, but the problem is the Ashe is not really a threat right now individually. And she always will have value just because of the slows in her kit, because of the ultimate in her kit. So you're at a point where you're struggling to think of who to target in these team fights, and if you choose wrong, you can end up just getting 5-0'd very easily.
Hey, you really can need to find these engages as carefully as possible. We're going to be back to a pretty much dead even gold state. It would be interesting to see what the differences between these individual lanes are in terms of gold. If we could have a look at that, because who is the main threat at the moment? There's a decent gold lead actually in the bot lane, which I feel like hadn't been really coming through when we were just looking at the individual lanes. The kill, the small CS lead is going to be giving you that about thousanders. Okay, that is going to increase it even more. Fine.
Yeah, just the little bit of Q damage at the end there, picking up that Ashe before Braum was able to come down and save his ADC.
TP behind, TP behind.
We do see coming in behind. Braum trying to stall out this fight as long as possible to make sure they are here and waiting. Flash and Cleanse both available. Is able to flash away from the Shockwave.
The Braum gets this kill
on his own. A kill on the other side to the Orianna. Varus narrowly just gets picked off on the side of this. Now Raining in a bit of an awkward position. As the Shockwave available, sorry, not the Shockwave, the Cyclone is used, but buffered by the Volibear ult. The second one will come through. The ultimate from the Syndra coming down. Scatter the Weak lands onto 2 so she can at least trade junglers. In the end, the fight does end up pretty even between the two teams. A slight gold advantage back in favor of the Slovakian side. Now Scatter the Weak goes wide. I don't think either of the two mid laners can kill each other without a little bit of misplay from the other, but both in a very strong position now. 200 bounty, 300 bounty respectively.
Yeah, these mid laners are going to be the main damage threats, and I think I would prefer the Orianna in terms of these big team fights. Obviously, you've got that massive AoE, but if you can land a big Scatter the Weak onto multiple members as the Syndra, that is another potential way for you to get yourself into this game. Deepe has the option to try to go for single target or to land those big AoE bits. And we are going to see this third Drake spawning. It is Hextech. Hextech's ult is going to be huge for whichever team can pick it up. The Hextech Rift also fascinating with these portals, allowing you to get to these objectives that much quicker. Ariel is going to be up in the top lane, does have the teleport to try to get himself back down into this fight if need be.
A little bit of news slapping the Nautilus and the Brom. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does hit, so this Nautilus has been stunned up in the first 3 or 4 seconds.
Oh, the
Shockwave
shockwave is
lands
huge!
onto 3! Kayle coming down, but 2 members have died before he's even able to use. This Wukong is not able to even pick up 1 kill on the backside. Syndra will clean up at least 1. She has her flash available to try and run away with 4 members dead. Flash over the wall. A lot of low HP bars here, so they don't want to be too over-aggressive, as 1 scattered week could lead to a bit of a dangerous turn. They will decide to turn back and look to set their sights on this dragon. Syndra can maybe stick around here with a TP up in 15 seconds for the Kayle. Cassante basing with no TP available. They might just have to actually look to walk away from this one, because the Syndra's looking very, very scary here. That Archangel's one completed in the fight for Orianna. So in the next fight we see, she will actually have a shield available.
Yeah.
That wasn't used in that previous one, but no Shockwave now. And the Syndra has done just enough to make sure they don't lose this Drake yet, but with no Kayle ultimate available now, it's all down to that engage from the Syndra and Wukong in the following Drake fight.
Arcanar's just been insane with those shockwaves, landing them onto so many key members. It looks like this one's going to be started up by Steel Crows. PB, they're going to walk up, try to contest. You're missing a lot of your big ultis.
Yeah, that dredge line lands onto the
Oh, the shockwave! What?
He's been sprinting since day 1, and the E from the Volibear lands onto all 3 shockwave members. It's a triple kill for the jungler. Question mark pings coming down, thinking, goodness gracious, what just happened there? Back-to-back 3-man shockwaves for Aincard's huge performance from this mid laner. He is stepping up in a game to eliminate the Slovakian side. They're up 9 kills now. The gold lead has gone from even to almost 4,000. With the Herald now, they can break open 2 towers in the mid lane, 1 away from Hextech Soul, which could be so devastating with this Orianna and Ashe on their team. It means they can poke them down permanently. Bloxer, what does this mean for the game?
I mean, Archangels wasn't even popped at this point. You've lost all of your priority that you could have possibly had mid lane. You're just feeding kills at this point into everybody else, as the Observer highlighted. Voxu managing to pick up 3 kills with 1 Stormbringer. I don't think I've ever seen that, just popping people. It doesn't deal that much damage, but because everybody had been brought in so low by the brilliant Shockwave, it just was pretty easy, honestly. We are going to see a potential engage here. Archangels does pop. Another great Shockwave, though. Are they just dead?
Now.
Oh my lord!
No! The level up saved him! The level up saved him, and now the Ocean Drake of HP. I think 1 tick of Ocean Drake HP, as well as the level up, is the only reason that Orianna didn't die. And that means the 600 bounty stays safe. If you're Syndra, you are slamming your table after that.
Yeah, you are fuming. It would have been a huge injection of gold, because at this point, it really is all on Deef to be able to pull back this game. This Syndra is the only shining light at the moment. The Kayle needs time. It's fine, it's a Kayle, but everybody else has also kind of fallen behind. The Poke Varus isn't going to be that consistent damage threat that you really need it to be, not in the face of everything that you've got right now as Poland. Baron Nash are gonna spawn, and it should be relatively easy as Poland to step up and start this one, and you've just got to be so careful about ever standing near your opponents as, oh boy, well, this is going to be Baron.
No, and the stun lands onto the Syndra. Back-to-back deaths. Back-to-back deaths, back-to-back deaths, back-to-back deaths. You don't want to do that when you're the main carry of your team. The Baron is up. They have no way to get into this fight, really. I mean, you have the Cyclone, you have the Kalar, but trying to play around these big ultimates is going to be very hard when your jungler is on blue buff and basing.
Yeah, not going to be ideal at all. I think instead, looks like Reki just going to push down this tower. It is going to be a TP from the Orianna to respond. There's just no actual pressure onto this Baron at all. Poland going to pick this one up. They really want to go on. They want to go meet FOI in that losers bracket finals. They want to get themselves a chance to go into the grand finals.
And SCR just have struggled to find any sort of team fighting prowess. We mentioned this in the pregame. They have good pick potential, but in the flat-out 5v5, there's just not much to do with that Wukong Cyclone. You know, there's not much to follow up on that. That being said, getting these massive shockwaves in back-to-back fights has been so pivotal, and we can see the value of that. Getting objectives back-to-back, getting the Drakes, getting the Nash. That gold lead is skyrocketed as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto Varus. Cleanse force to be used by Cassante. Coming on the backside now. W into the wall. Varus forced to use double sums away with 1 minute 50 on Drake. With the Baron pushes coming in, you feel like that could just be the nail in the coffin at least to give them the soul, if not to push some very dangerous inhibitor towers here.
Absolutely, and just before we see this next big potential fight, remind me quickly, what was Poland's seeding when they came into this?
8!
8! This is the
Bottom.
8th seed, and they are just wrecking kids. Perhaps they would have been able to take that game off of Kit SC. I mean, this performance is incredibly impressive. The shockwaves have just been brilliant. As we are going to watch this bot lane siege, it could potentially be a dive. You always have the Volibear to turn off a tower.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned the fact that they're the 8th seed. Not only that, but they haven't lost a game. I mean, yes, they technically did because they're in the loser's bracket, but they didn't lose that game. They were forced to forfeit that game.
Yep.
Waiting now, looking for some kind of engage onto the Ashe. Will be just dragged halfway across the map by this Kasante raining. You have bit off more than you can chew, but maybe basing to find kill onto the wall, not quite enough.
Oh, the shockwave.
Flashing
The
out to
shockwave.
safety. The shockwave lands
Whoa.
on 2. Flash forward from aim cards. He has been a player changed this game. He wants them in the finals, at least for now. He might have just granted them the losers bracket finals as they are on the game ending push. Blockshire, this Orianna has turned it up to another level this game. Back to back team fights as they charge down the enemy Nexus towers. Will look to break open the Nexus and make their way to the lower bracket finals.
What a performance right here. Every single member of Poland did well in this series, but oh my lord, Encards, just an incredible performance on this Orianna. I have spoken a lot recently about how Orianna and her wombo combo ulti has been replaced by Nico as the main one. I think Encards took that personally and has stepped it up. That was classic Orianna. I haven't seen shockwaves that good in a while, and to have hit that many of them that consistently is so cool to see.
Absolutely, I definitely agree with you. I mean, literally 3 team fights back to back. We got 3-man shockwave, 3-man shockwave, and then yes, only 2-man, but it was 2 very important members of the team. Once those 2 are down, you instantly get the rest of the team and you push towards the end. At that stage of the game, yes, it was probably curtains anyway, but it's proving that he never took his foot off the gas. He was constantly looking for angles and he found them every single time.
Really did. We're going to say a quick goodbye to Steel Crows. They did incredibly well for themselves. These Slovakian representatives should be so proud of what they did. 500 euros of cash prize to them as well. And a massive congratulations for making it into the top 4. Top 4 in Europe. So impressive. And there were some bright sparks during that game. It just felt like Poland were that much better.
Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, I don't want to take too much away from their performance because they definitely found angles in the early game. Steel Crows, the Syndra was finding picks alongside the Wukong, but there was just too many instances where you could feel the sort of lack of strength in their team fighting ability with their composition. You drafted too many push champions, and then a Wukong alongside it. It felt like there was just a mismatch there within the draft. The Orianna we mentioned, we would much rather have than that Syndra, and it proved itself to be true. The Ashe, yes, died once in the bot lane, but mostly just stayed safe. The Kasante KO lane ended up being sort of a nothing matchup. The Kasante found some very good angles towards objectives, which was much more important. Whereas the Kale, I don't really think we saw anything from the Kale in that game.
We need more time.
Respectfully. There wasn't anything bad, but there just was nothing, you know? And I think that was a sort of major drop-off point for them, is that they just weren't really able to do anything with a lot of the champions that they drafted.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Either way, congratulations to Slovakia on their 4th place in this year's University Esports Masters, but a much bigger and more excitable congratulations to Poland. Moving on, they're at least guaranteed top 3. They're going to be in those medal positions. We are going to jump to a short break. When we're back, though, it is going to be Poland up against FOI. It should be an incredible matchup. Cannot wait to see this one, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about this situation because we were able to achieve something and we are traveling the country, visiting the country and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final. And it's category 5 for Booman Academy, an absolute hurricane. 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam dips in Norway.
Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Still manages to get a deep.
The objectives has been wrong and
Second player, they're walking one by one into their graves. Wins Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
I ran away, because I ran away. If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay. You know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving, cause I'm not at all. And if you get hurt, it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Baby, I've been busy missing you. Say, have you missed me too? Say, have you missed me too? Was this intermission good for you? Yeah, was it good for you? Or are you just confused? Don't think I'm leaving, cause I'm not at all. So if you get hurt, it's unintentional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? A sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Say you love me. Say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. But to you. To you. Tell me what can I do now? 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 I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose, 'cause I think I like you. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy. I wanna take you away to somewhere we can be by ourselves. I see you looking my way, so maybe it's not all in my head. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like you. Got nothing to lose, 'cause I think I like you. Tell me if you I ran away, because I ran away. If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay. You know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving, cause I'm not at all. And if you get hurt, it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? I don't know. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Baby, I've been busy missing you. Say, have you missed me too? Say, have you missed me too? Was this intermission good for you? Yeah, was it good for you? Or are you just confused? Don't think I'm leaving, cause I'm not at all. So if you get hurt, it's unintentional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? A sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Say you love me. Say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. But to you. To me what can I do now? Tell 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 me what can I do now? I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like you. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy. I wanna take you away to somewhere we can be by ourselves. I see you looking my way, so maybe it's not all in my head. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like you. Got must think that I'm a restless case because I ran away, because I ran away. If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay, you know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving cause I'm not at all. And if you get hurt, it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Baby, I've been busy missing you. Say, have you missed me too? Say, have you missed me too? Was this intermission good for you? Yeah, was it good for you? Or are you just confused? Don't think I'm leaving cause I'm not at all. So if you get hurt, it's unintentional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? A sign from you telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? You say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Say you love me. Say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. But to you. To you.
Hello, welcome back. I hope you're feeling well rested after that long break that we've had between our two series. Series 1, we got to see a brilliant matchup between Poland and Slovakia. Poland ends up coming out on top, and so we are going to get to see Politechnica Belustica in this second series up against FOI. It should be another banger. Dry Salad, how was your break? How you feeling?
Had a great break. First place, the quick little TFT game. Had a little time waiting for these players to get ready for us. Yeah, I'm really excited for this series. We've seen the Polish team now prove time and time again that they are no slouches. Had that unfortunate start to the series, unbeaten so far. Technically, obviously they did technically get knocked down into the losers bracket, but they didn't actually lose the game. There was a tech issue, and they haven't lost a game since. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, now into the losers bracket final up against FOI, a team who we saw definitely show some sparks of brilliance yesterday against Kit. Did get 2-0 in the end in that upper bracket final, but this will probably, I'd argue, be the closest series we've watched yet.
Absolutely. I mean, Croatia, they showed some really good things versus Kit, like you said. There seemed to be moments where they could really fight back, where Kit were overstepping. They got a lot of kills onto Gentleman Hero up in the top lane. They found a couple of cool plays. There was a game where they lost 3 kills immediately, and then they clawed their way back into it, kept it even for a while. But then Kit, they just feel like unkillable demons at this point. We'll see if somebody can take them down in the grand finals. But it does mean that Croatia, they've, sharpened their swords against the top team in this division, and now they're going to have to try and beat out against this team who are on such a roll. Like you said, Poland, they haven't lost a game in this lower bracket at all. We'll actually have a look at the brackets right now, just to have a quick reminder of how we have gotten to this point. You can see Kit's nice and easy run through, but if you take a look down at the bottom towards the losers bracket, which is what we are actually focusing on today, this run right here out of Poland has been super, super clean. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, like you said. Will that streak continue? Or is it going to be FOI, who have only just got knocked down into this losers bracket, who are going to have a little bit of an upset against Poland here? I mean, considering the fact that one of these teams come from the upper bracket and one's made a run through the losers, the momentum definitely feels like it is on the side of Poland rather than Croatia.
I mean, I think being able to have played 2 games today already does give some sort of a slight edge towards the Polish team. That just competitive experience that they have over the Croatian side today, who are maybe just a little bit rusty. Obviously, we can assume they've maybe been practicing behind the scenes, but just not quite at that same level, unless, who knows, maybe some secret scrims going on that we weren't aware of, but not quite at that level of competition that the Polish side were able to get through today. As well as that, the momentum you mentioned just from winning all of these games, there hasn't really been a step in the road where they've hit a block here, where they've had really an obstacle. It's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. That, in theory, could be a positive, but at the same time, they can't let themselves get too carried away with things. They need to remember this is going to be the hardest series that they've played yet. They are playing against the losers of the winners bracket final, so they're playing against a team which, up until this point, was technically second best, you could argue. So from their perspective, they need to just make sure they smooth out all the rough edges from these past few games, make sure they don't make any silly mistakes like they did with giving away all those big shutdowns in game 1 of last series, which of course they recovered from, but it's just about minimizing risk, making sure that you pull out as clean of a series as you can.
Absolutely, because as the level of competition increases and increases, those are the kind of mistakes that will absolutely be punished. If you get yourself that much of a gold lead against KSC and think giving over a couple shutdowns isn't going to lose you the game, you are wrong. You will lose that game. And so just tightening those screws, like you said, sharpening the last little bit of those swords and getting ready to get into this matchup. The drafting that we saw out of FOI yesterday was really interesting. The Hui specifically came out in one game and we never saw it again. Nobody else was willing to give over that Hui. It seemed like such a power pick. Were there any other picks that stood out to you as big things that we should be looking for?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, FOI were kind of the pioneers of that Lucian Nami. The only team we really saw play the Lucian Nami very effectively yesterday, or actually played at all, really. I think 2 of their wins came with the Lucian Nami bot lane, as far as I'm aware, which that in itself creates this sort of issue where if you're banning out the mid laner on his Hui, which does definitely seem to be his power pick. Whenever you were banning that Hui, he seemed a lot less impactful in these games. Even in the games that they were winning, they very much had to focus more through the bot lane, rather than trying to play around that sort of hyper-scaling mage in the mid lane. Hui, of course, just a very strong champion in general anyway. So getting rid of that is fine, but you then have to think, how are we neutralizing this bot side of the map? They tend to play very, very heavily towards that, with their jungle, spending a lot of resources to get early dragons. There weren't many games where they got 6 grubs, but they did 9 times out of 10 have dragon pressure. I think even against Kit, there was one game where they had a Drake or 2. So trying to find ways to neutralize that bot lane, making sure they don't get red side Lucian Nami pick, or if they do get that red side Lucian Nami pick, making sure you have the right answer to that if you're playing a high range lane like the Jinx Lulu champions who can kind of deal with the Lucian. We saw Nautilus being picked in response to it by Kit, which worked very well because they were just able to neutralize that pick, not let him get anywhere near them. And I think that could be sort of the way to force FOI out of this game, is just by stunting their bot lane.
Yeah, because the bot lane champion pools are very, very different. We were seeing a lot of the Jinx, the Lucian Army, like you said, out of FOI, whereas we have pretty much only seen the Ashe being picked out right here for Fuka 3. You don't see any other picks. It'll be interesting if he does pull something out, what is that level of proficiency, because some of those snipes with the enchanted crystal arrow were incredibly impressive. So we're going to jump on into the pick and bans. Immediately that Lucian going to be taken out, but by FOI, so clearly they don't think they're going to be able to get both the Lucian and the Nami picking it blue, and they don't want to give over that combo bot lane to the red side.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think when you have that blue side first pick, obviously we see the Jinx getting banned out now. You want to ban out things that can just kind of deal with any power picks that you have. The Lucian Army lane's so strong on its own, you know that it's going to be R1, R2'd if you pick anything too powerful on the B1. So getting rid of that just means that they have a lot more options in terms of what they can blind pick here. First, because there's not really going to be too many power picks coming out in response. Kalista being removed now. So really just focusing on getting rid of those early game bot lanes that we kind of talked about, which FOI have been so successful with. Obviously that Kalista didn't come through as well against Kit, but now with Jinx and Ashe being banned, we've seen 4 ADC bans here, and we will see whether they go for just a B1 power pick. Yeah, so it is the Varus. 4 ADCs banned, you want to get that ADC in as early as you possibly can, just to make sure that they can't completely force you out of this game.
Yeah, indeed. With that Varus first pick, it gives you loads of flexibility. It pairs up with a lot of those different supports very well as well, so you're not going to be too worried about having this one. But now you've got a lot of those power picks still potentially available. Do they want to take the Hui nice and early? That would be absolutely insane. The Kog'Maw is really strong on this patch. Okay, it will be the Kog'Maw grabs. You'd assume it's going to be the Kog'Maw Lulu, Kog'Maw Milio. Either of those work really well. And that is a power bot lane that you can play around, but you have to play around it. You can't just leave it alone because you can get pretty bullied out, especially by a Varus. Constant poke pre-level 6. Oh, this one is a little bit spicy. I think that really comes from having the Lucian and the Kalista banned out. And now, all of a sudden, the way was left open, and you are going to pick it up for yourselves.
Yeah, so giving them at least one of the picks that they wanted coming into this draft with Hui. I think Kog'Maw's an interesting one. It can definitely kind of solo carry these games. It can definitely put itself into those 1v9 scenarios, but you have to be very, very careful, because if this is a lethality virus that gets 2-3 items and you get tagged by that ultimate, even through a lot of the Lulu, I don't know why I just assumed I didn't have a Lulu, but let's say whatever you pair with this Kog'Maw, right? Whatever you get alongside this Kog'Maw, there will be that danger of just being completely one-shot by, now you have the Orianna as well, that shockwave alongside the Varus ult. You can just be poked down within 2 spells without even getting any autos off, right? Xin Zhao being locked in here as well means there's a lot more safety within the jungle pick as an engaged champion, because you're not just getting auto down to 0 HP by the Kog'Maw in a team fight. You've got that ultimate available to make sure you're not just getting out by that Kog'Maw W from max range. You're being able to play through the enemy team rather than having to dive straight onto the Kog'Maw, which means you have more angles to kind of maneuver yourself into that backline as the Braum gets picked up alongside the Kog'Maw. What do you think, brother?
I like the Braum in this situation. I think up against the Varus, you get a lot of utility out of that. To be honest, even against the Orianna, it is going to be helped. I do think that the Orianna is terrifying, though. We saw what Arcanauts could do with this pickup, and jeez, I haven't seen a better Orianna performance in years, to be honest. It was so sick. Every single shockwave was landing onto a minimum of 3 members. A couple flash shockwaves that just got everybody scooped up and completely won team fights for Poland. A big part of why they were able to get themselves to this point. And so into the way, you do get poked out quite a lot as an Orianna, but that's the joy of Orianna. She can sit into most matchups and just absorb pressure. She's unlikely to die in solo kills, very unlikely. Doesn't really lose any lane matchups specifically, doesn't care particularly about getting solo kills either, is very happy to just play out her game and then get to these team fights and be a massive, massive threat. And the final thing about what we've seen drafted so far is that Xin Zhao is a big takeaway from Faust. That was the biggest thing that Faust had played throughout the entire playoffs that we have seen so far, and with that gone, be fascinating to see what he still wants to pick up. We also see 2 more bans targeting him, the Lee Sin and the Viego, so his champion pool is going to be squeezed here.
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues with leaving jungle pick till second rotation, is that it is such an easy role to start target banning people off of, because they tend to have those sort of specific playstyles that they fall into. You know, you've got the junglers who play carry champions, you've got the junglers who play engaged champions like the Sejuani, the Zac, and once you start targeting those bruisers like this, it forces him into an uncomfortable pick like the Sejuani. Now, luckily... Oh, okay. We're blind picking Renekton. Interesting. Now, technically, there is a world where you send away top here if the matchup is like really, really bad for the Renekton, right? But I do think they're just gonna kind of settle with this being Marziah's pick. We did see a Renekton game coming out yesterday, which didn't end in victory, because the Gnar, I think, from Marziah actually was tearing through that Renekton, and every team fight was played really, really well. But what this means now is that you are allowed to give your top lane counter pick as well as securing a very, very, very strong bot lane. So I feel like the order in which they picked all these champions was a bit strange. What it does mean now is that this R5 pick has to be a nuclear jungler, right? Like something which just kind of secures your draft to make sure the enemy can't play the game. With Olaf being hovered here, that means something like the Sejuani might not be great, just because post 6 it's going to be so hard to ever lock this champion down. Obviously the early game can be quite good, but Malphite now being hovered instead. I don't really think we're going to see a Sylas jungle. That's not something that's been played in quite a long time. So
it's not been around for a bit, has it?
No, it feels quite safe picking this Malphite here, I think.
Oh boy, I mean, that Malphite is going to be terrifying. Both Hui and Kog'Maw are exceptionally vulnerable to just being leapt upon by an entire mountain. It looks like it is still going to be the Sejuani. There is something deeply, deeply funny to me about last picking a Sejuani. Like, of all the junglers that you could save for your last pick, ramping it up, and it's a Sedge. To be fair, I think it rounds out this composition really well. Like you said, against the Olaf, it wouldn't have made as much sense, but you've now got a good high gank jungler who has a lot of tanky stats you can rely on later into the game, because you don't need more damage. Your Kog'Maw, your Hui, and the Renekton as a sort of more bruiser tank is going to be perfectly fine to get himself into the later stages and just keep your carries alive. Just buy enough space for them to be able to sit and hit. At the same time, it is hard to buy space against something like a Xinjiao and a Rakan. Both of those champions have such immediate engage tools, not to mention the Malphite ultimate, obviously. And then you've constantly got to be worried about being attacked through onto those shockwaves. I am going to be fascinated to see if Foka decides to go towards that lethality or that on-hit build. There's not really going to be a lot of options for bursting people out with that lethality, and I feel like you're going to struggle getting through the tanks without some on hit.
Yeah, I think the problem with the lethality build this game is mainly Braum, just because he can fly in and tank that ultimate, and then suddenly your champion kind of feels useless in the fight. As well as that, Braum essentially has two main jobs this game, right? And they both revolve around his E, which is he can block the Orianna ball from entering the fight if she chooses to Q, and he can block the Varus ult by just throwing up his door. If you block the Orianna ball, that is huge because it goes back to the target. It goes back to the Orianna. So what Orianna has to then do is make sure she always has a ball on one of her engaged champions. It's not hard to do, but it just means she has less control over where her ult goes. Where in the last game, when you were seeing those 3-man ults back to back to back, it was because the Orianna was placing the ball in very, very good locations in fights. Whereas now it's going to have to be on top of a Malphite that ults in, which while that has a lot more sort of potency just in terms of the wombo combo, it also means if the Malphite misses the ult or if the Xin Zhao engages off, then the Orianna ult might be bad alongside that. So it's about finding those picks, finding those timers alongside each other to get those larger instances as we immediately fly into game 1 pause.
Hey, amazing. We just needed to get a little bit more time to ramp this one up. The players couldn't let us get talking about everything too quickly. So, like you said, I really do like the analysis of the Orianna not having quite the same levels of freedom. And when you are playing Orianna to such a high level, that can be pretty huge when you aren't able to just fully move in the ways you expected to. And also, like you said, wombo combo. That's kind of the name of the game with this composition. You really just want to straight up wombo somebody down. But I don't think it's like the opposition don't also want to play that kind of big teamfight styles. I'm expecting some incredibly explosive teamfights. Plus, what we know about FOI is that they don't like to end a fight. They just like to keep fighting and fighting and fighting. And in this composition with these two teams and what they've been drafting, I can see these fights going seriously long or ending almost immediately when everybody dies.
Yeah, I think one of the big things to focus on, as you said, with these extremely long fights is where is the Kog'Maw, right? That's going to be, my eye's going to be on Kog'Maw in pretty much every team fight. If you're missing Malphite ult, or not missing, but if you're not getting Malphite ult onto the Kog'Maw, if you're not getting the Orianna ult onto the Kog'Maw, then that guy is just free hitting into your backline, into your front line. It's so easy to front to back with that composition because you've got the Braum kind of just creating space slowly while Kog'Maw's ulting throughout the entire fight. If that Kog'Maw reaches 3-4 items, and that's allowed to happen, he can just completely 1v9 the team fight. He can kill 5 people while his team is just creating space for him at the front. The main issue I have alongside that then is that the Hui creates so much space for the Kog'Maw in these fights. So I struggle to see how the Xin Zhao will get onto the Kog'Maw unless there's previous engage. So you kind of rely on the Malphite Orianna making things happen alongside maybe like a really nice Varus ult coming in on the side of that to make sure that Kog'Maw gets trapped up, can't flash away, can't do whatever. But the name of the game is this Kog'Maw, I feel like.
It really, really is. And to be fair, when I play Kog'Maw, if I see a Malphite on the other team, I am not a happy bunny. That is one of the worst possible picks for the other team to find themselves on. But how do you play it? How do you space it? With the Braum, with the Sejuani, you've got a lot of lockdown to try to just buy enough space. So we are going to jump on into this final series before our grand finals, lower bracket finals right here. Who is going to come out on top, move on to go face up against Kit SC? It's do or die. It has been all day for these teams, but especially for FOI, who haven't been in the losers bracket match yet, this has got to be a little bit of a nervous situation. At the same time, though, they played plenty yesterday, and they played plenty well, so expecting this to be a right banger.
Yeah, and of course, now down to the final 3 left in this tournament, so regardless of what happens, all these teams have won some sort of prize and can definitely feel very proud of the way that they've played, shown some incredible League of Legends. We're just going to look and see this way. Just want to say a deep award and not going to be too much more annoying than that, as the lane assignments are normal for this game.
Yeah, everything is going to be nice and normal. It didn't look like it was going to be a lane swap, but then again, it didn't in the previous game where we saw one, and it was a bit of an odd lane swap overall. Instead, nice standard lanes. Jungler starting on opposite sides of the map, however. Faust is going to be making his way down towards the bottom side, potentially just to try to look after the Kog'Maw and the Braum. You don't necessarily look for a big engage early on with those two champions, but it would be good to just get down there in case that they are going to get some pressure, in case Boxu wants to go down there. But Boxu is going to be moving his way towards the top side. You can potentially gank onto mid lane. Hui doesn't have a lot of tools to try to get away. He's very reliant on hitting his fear, but top lane could be an explosive lane potentially.
Absolutely. I think one of the fears with this bot lane as well is that Rakan engages are a bit volatile. If you engage at the wrong time, or if you W in and don't hit the Kog'Maw, it's very easy for them to turn back onto you with the Braum passive. Because within that space of that stun, the Kog'Maw's getting maybe an extra 2-3 autos onto you, and then the lane kind of collapses because you've been poked down so hard. It's quite hard for Rakan to find good angles to engage here alongside his Varus. We do see the lethal tempo on the Varus, so I'm assuming it's going to be on hit at least this game, which is probably better given how hard it might be for him to reach onto those two poke champions, the Kog'Maw and the Hui.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the on-hit in this situation. Without it, you are really strapped for any sort of consistent AD damage. You're pretty much entirely reliant on Boxu in that situation, being able to sit on a big carry and hit them down. That can run you into a lot of issues, and like you said, the Braum also just kind of kills the poke virus build outright.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, the Braum E just brings so much value to this game in general, as you mentioned. I think the one thing we have to be very focused on is the way that this Malphite is able to find engage.
Yeah.
If you are leaving your Kog'Maw in a position where he gets Malphite ulted into a shockwave, and then Rakan can find his way in. This is one of those classic old season, just straight up like team fight, press R button compositions, right?
Yeah.
The Riddick ult with the shockwave, with the unstoppable ult from the Malphite as well. If Varus can then get inside onto those champions with the on-hit, one reset on his passive granting the extra attack speed, he can be as much of a threat as this Kog'Maw can. It's just a lot more reliant on things happening around him, rather than the Kog'Maw who can create space for himself alongside his Hui and just be this sort of damaging force.
Exactly, and the Braum being the pickup alongside the Kog'Maw works really well into the Varus, as we've been saying, into the Orianna, but it works a lot less well into champions themselves trying to fling into the backline, as we are going to see Faust sat just outside of vision. Arcanine has just teleported back to this lane. If he died here, it would be terrible, but with the late wave being pushed under, it is very unlikely that he's going to step up far enough to give over a kill. Instead, Reset's just going to come through, and we've had a relatively quiet early game so far. Top laners are fighting, though.
Yeah, Marziah just jumping in here, getting the stun off. No real room for him to kill here, no angle for that, but just forcing him off the wave. He's going to have to TP back to what is currently a frozen wave. Will bleed quite a few minions here. It is currently up 3 CS on the Malphite, but that will be chunked out heavily here off missing this entire wave, as well as Marziah maybe being able to hold this for a little bit longer. What's dangerous about this as well is that we now see Faust coming up onto his Krugs. It doesn't seem like Marziah wants to hold the wave here too long. We'll actually start building up maybe a slight slow push, which he can turn into just a free base for himself, get a TP of his own in, so he can come back with some stronger items.
See if he can get back out of base and begin to put down a little bit of pressure. I think we've had a lot slower of an early game so far than we have in most of the previous games. No real kills going down, not real any gank attempts so far either. Boxu is now going to be in the area, will be spotted though pretty much immediately. I don't think they're going to notice in time though.
No, absolutely. We see the Braum E coming out to block a little bit of this damage, flashing out quite early. The knockup is primed by the Xin Zhao, and the Rakan W just missing. Very low there. The stun was landed earlier from the Braum passive, so no reappliance of that, but it will be flashes used by the bot lane, as well as one dropped by the Xin Zhao. But I think if you're PB Polytechnic, you definitely take that overall. Xin Zhao will be bleeding a few camps, but nothing too drastic.
As actually Igneous has stepped up a little bit too far. He is going to be able to get back underneath the tower, but has lost a huge amount of health. Doesn't have the most mana, neither does Arcanaz, but needs to be careful not to get solo killed out. With those level 6s available, actually Arcanaz did use his, but Igneous still has his, so potential to try to turn this one around. You don't want to step up and give over a solo kill though. Giving up a solo kill either way in this match is going to be huge. At the same time, we are going to be watching this Drake be taken down for PB. But I'm going to pick this one up. The response will be the Grubs picked up for Faust, and so a pretty even trade overall.
Yeah, I do like this from Polytechnic. I think prioritizing the Ocean Drake is quite good here. It's one of those stronger early game Drakes which lets you survive lane a lot better, as well as meaning that we're probably going to get quite a strong soul depending on what the next dragon is. Sadly, Visual Bug means we can't see just yet, but what this does mean is that FOI have to play a lot more proactively to make use of these grubs, try and play around the next grubs, try and play around possibly the Herald to make sure that they're getting these plays early, to make sure that they're getting pushed into the late game, because they don't really have pushing lanes. I mean, the Hui is one of those champions that just kind of sits and is happy to AFK farm. The Kog'Maw and Braum currently being pushed under tower and will stay that way until they have 1 or 2 items, I feel. The level 6 spike definitely very strong for the Varus the Varus Rakan, whereas the level 6 spike for the Kog'Maw not that great. Good for Shove, not necessarily good for the 1v1. And the Renekton is kind of hard to just force push into the Malphite, who can clear waves quite easily and just tank up most of your damage.
Yeah, this top lane is a little bit of a stalemate right here. This is part of the risk of first picking your jungler, well, not first picking, but picking your top laner and then counter picking your jungle, and the counter pick is the Sejuani. I mean, the Renekton's fine. There's nothing wrong with the Renekton in this matchup, but it's not able to do big damage Renekton things. You are just relying on the Renekton as an engaged bruiser, an engaged tank, kind of, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but you're not utilizing Renekton to the best of his abilities when there's really no threat whatsoever of a solo kill in this top lane.
I do agree, and I think the main positive of a champion like this Renekton is that because you have Braum and the Sejuani, you don't really have the job of protecting your Kog'Maw. What you can do is when the Malphite and the Orianna are forcing in, you have an angle to then get into the backline, and you're kind of in a 1v2, 1v3 against the Varus and the Orianna, which, yes, you're outnumbered, but as a Renekton, that's the exact kind of fight you want, right? Because you're on their 2 ranged champions who can't deal with your burst and can't deal with your damage. You're forcing them away from the fight, while your Kog'Maw is free hitting with the 2 tanks keeping them alive. So I think there's maybe too many things that Polytechnic need to focus on, but if they can get that engage off without giving up too much pressure on their backline, then they can still get away with these team fights.
Yeah, they can, and it's going to be really fascinating to see once we get to the point where we're team fighting who can most effectively step up. Vost is going to try for a little bit of a counter here. He has spotted out, knows what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. We will just be forced away from this blue buff, bringing Igneous and Marziah over to
all the friends.
This one for himself. No vision on this blue buff, so no smites will be able to come in from the Jin Zhao. It's a 2 camp lead. Will be up to 3 after getting this crab as well. So a minor little goal lead for the jungle so far. Will mean that they have maybe a little bit more top pressure here, given that the Renekton's up as well, and they're looking to make something happen. Malphite ultimately immediately used the Unstoppable Force. Will be cast out just to save his life. I think it will be up before Drake and before Grubs, so won't feel too bad about using that one here just to get themselves to safety. Left the base and possibly come back to lane. On the other side of things, a dive now into the bot lane. Ults and 2-man shockwave landing immediately. That's the power of the combo between these 2 lanes. But the first kill goes to the Braum, and it's traded back. 1 kill for each of the supports. It's the last tick of Ignite that gets Sitar. First blood going the way of the Braum, and this is not really the situation you wanted if you are Polytechnic. Yes, the Kog'Maw whistles quite a bit of the wave, but that Braum getting the first blood makes things a bit awkward for you. You didn't get any real gold on your main carries of the Orianna and the Varus.
No, you really don't. It's not as ideal as you would be looking for. You do get to at least shove that wave in as Arcanaz, and then send Choi and Fuha into this mid lane. It's not the end of the world, but considering how long we spent without any kills, for things to all of a sudden explode this way, it just feels a little bit rough for Poland. At the same time, though, you have now managed to rotate your carries around. To be interesting to see if they're going to keep the bot lane in this mid position. It looks like they really want to fight around this second set of grubs, which is fascinating. We haven't really seen bot lanes rotated into mid lane specifically for grubs really since they first got introduced, and they were super strong in everybody's mind. Now, though, we're going to see this rotation. Arcanaz is moving up here, so we could see a full 5-man brawl for PB.
Yeah, and I think one of the main things to look at is there's no Unstoppable Force available, so they've probably decided, right, the Malphite's not going to help as much in this fight, so he can take the base, will bring 4 people up here, but they have no way of entering the plane now. You know, even if Malphite TP's in, there's just no entry point. They have no Rakan ult, they have no Malphite ult, they have no Corrupting Chains. There's nothing for them to actually get into this fight, and I think FOI will just collect the 6 grubs for free and be able to happily walk back to their lanes without losing anything. Arcanaz looking for a little bit of a flank here onto the Kog'Maw. The blue ward spots him out, and Marziah will look down here. Maybe a bit of dangerous pathing here from the Orianna, who does have flash available, forced to use it, but will just get chased down to the tower. Shockwave missing due to the death. Yes, Renekton had to flash, so did the Kog'Maw, but You're giving them quite a few plates now, given that they have 6 grubs. Sitar will be able to free hit onto this tower. It's a kill onto the Nectin, and I don't think there's really much of a response available in the top side, as that wave hasn't even crashed yet.
That was a really odd set of plays right here, and it's going to give FOI a huge amount. They picked themselves up all 6 of the grubs. They're going to grab a responding Drake as well, and it all came from everybody from PB rotating up. They had a full advantage. It would have been a 4v5. Sitar was not going to be able to get to that fight, but they didn't decide to pull the trigger, didn't want to go for that 4v5 anyway, and so had rotated everyone up. A bit of an optimistic TP out of Arcanaz, and then a really optimistic set of pathing that just gets him killed and loses him a lot, because you don't have the flash either as the Orianna, which makes those flash shockwave engages a lot harder. It really makes a lot of this play just feel worse and worse. Despite the fact there's only been 2 kills over to FOI, they've now got themselves a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, and you see that pause coming in now, so we can just slow down a bit, Bluxer. Talk about things more gently. How the game's going, how things are going for everyone. I think, yeah, this was a very, very bad series of plays for Polytechnic. Not only was it that they didn't get anything out of it, but they quite literally bled waves across 3 lanes while they were trying to do this. They then lose the Orianna bot, which means lost probably about 3 or 4 waves of gold. Top lane, they don't manage to get the wave shot. Then mid lane, they bled a lot of waves. They didn't get into the fight, so they lost all the grubs. They lost the Drake. They lost the kill bot lane. They lost their Orianna's flash. It's just a really bad series of events.
It just doesn't work out for them in any wave, and I feel like if you're gonna commit to rotating your bot lane up, which they were kind of forced into because the Orianna had joined that bot lane play, that bot lane kind of half-working dive. She's now down there. Okay, fine. You have to move your bot lane into the mid lane. You've had your hand forced here. But then you either full commit to that fight, right? You've brought everybody there. It is going to be a 5v4. You've got the numbers advantage. You have to commit in that play. But instead they decide not to. They end up losing out on so much, and you can now see the beginnings of first items coming through on multiple members of FOI, including that Rage Blade on the Cogmore. Now, he's not going to deal that much damage yet. You need that second item to really be able to just get through whatever is in front of you. But at the same time, it's terrifying, right? It's terrifying that the Cogmore has been able to get through this early game as scot-free as he has, really.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the main fears right now for Polytechnica is that you really want it to be ahead in a lot of these plays. You want it to be ahead definitely on the Xin Zhao, who is down 20 CS on a champion who is going to become just unkillable at this point. In the mid lane, you're down CS, like you got that assist off the bot lane play, which kind of led to nothing, which means you're not going to be getting any real damage items anytime soon. This feels like a bit of a nothing play. Furkan goes for this. I'm not sure if they even have the damage to kill this Renekton, so yeah, just looking to walk back up to the mid lane. Anyway, but for Ainforce now, you struggle to see how he can truly impact these team fights when there's so little damage available on the side of Polytechnic right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be working towards that Seraphs again. You really need it as the Orianna just to be able to survive. Helps you out with the damage a little bit too. But yeah, just has fallen behind in a lot of ways. Still, you know, Igneous has not picked up that first item either. It's not like in his individual late matchup he's fallen particularly far behind. But without that flash, you're so vulnerable for the next 2.5 minutes. Need to be really, really careful not to step up in any situations that are going to get you caught out or where you really need that flash. You are going to see multiple members around here towards this Herald. Everybody, once again, roaming up from PB, but again, they're not really getting anything done with it quite yet. Everybody hovering around. Midwave is going to get pushed in, so they've established that mid lane prio. Now they're going to move over towards the Herald. Igneous is basing, will be able to TP return with a full item.
Yeah, it does have the Archangels on this base and will be able to TP onto that mid lane. Obviously, a bit of a dangerous TP, but does have the protection around him. That ball is what we need to watch if it can do anything too big. The ultimate lands onto the Orianna from the Sejuani. Will she be chunked down before she can get the shockwave?
Oh, the shockwave!
No, she gets the 3-man on the backside of this fight. It's 4 members left standing from either team. The Whale will explode onto 3. Xin Zhao killing that Hui on the backside of things. In the end, it is 3 members standing for Foy and 2 left for Polytechnic. What started as a huge Orianna ult ended up costing their full team because of how quickly she was able to die. There wasn't any real follow-up damage from the champion. So yes, it was a nice recovery play from the Orianna. Not enough to give them the win in this fight, as the Herald with 6 grubs will be picked up by FOI.
And it was just a little bit of mistiming. Forst really won that fight for his team. He was able to land that Glacial Prison onto the exact right member, Arcanaz, which delayed everything. Arcanaz was not able to put that ball onto Aris when they went in with that Unstoppable Force. They went in with the Unstoppable Force, hit it onto 2 key members. I think it was onto Sitar and maybe Icarus. Everybody you could have possibly wanted, but because it didn't have that immediate follow-up with the Shockwave, because Arcanaz was stunned, the timing just was wrong. People were able to flash away, get out, then you hit the big shockwave. If those 2 things happen together, you burst out 2 members pretty much immediately, and that should be a 1-team fight. Instead, FOI pick up 3 kills to 2, and they get themselves the Herald, once again putting themselves out on top. It's still only a 2.5k gold lead, but it is just slowly increasing as each play goes just a little bit more in the favour of FOI than it does PB.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it already, but the fact that Faust was able to kind of weave that ultimate around the front line of Polytechnic to find that Orianna was so huge. I think they weren't expecting that to hit the Orianna as well, so it kind of caught them by surprise.
Nope.
The follow-up then almost one-shotting this. Renekton getting a little bit greedy here. You're not winning this fight, buddy. And Woodzin's out there as well. Flash available in a couple of seconds. We'll have to fight this out for the time being before he's even allowed to get away from this. Dominus is used, flashing away, possibly to safety with that heal, slowing him down. One more Q to heal. They won't have enough damage to take this one. Tanking 2 tower shots, so 2 flashes for 1.
Yeah.
It's another wasted play for Polytechnic.
Yeah, you're going to be very happy with that one, as Marziah being able to just stay alive for so long. Sure, you're going to now lose out on a big wave underneath your tower. He's already on his way back. Does have the teleport technically, but I don't think that would be a good idea to teleport back in underneath his tower. Oh, does indeed. And maybe just to draw up some more attention as the rest of his team heads on down to this Mountain Drake. This one's going to be picked up uncontested. Again, an overall great play for FOA, correct? Sure, just coming out on top time and time again.
Mountain Soul really hurts if you're Polytechnic here. If they can start stacking these mountains, you are going to have a really rough time in this game. That Renekton, Sejuani, even the Kog'Maw, who is allowed to see. As we see, the Unstoppable Force flying in, there is no Dominus available, but I don't think they have the damage here. This feels like a bit of a desperation play to try and get something onto Renekton. As we were saying,
He's emoting.
Yeah, even the Kog'Maw, who can build quite a few resistance items, with that Mountain Drake, you just feel like you're going to have a really tough time killing anyone on this team as the Glacial Prism hits onto the Orianna again. Hoi ult not hitting the target it wanted. Worm is coming in here just to make sure things are a bit safe. That Glacial Fissure not landing onto the Orianna, but QW is coming down from the Hoi, just trying to sniper in the backside of this fight. Won't be enough, but they do pick up that tier 2 thanks to the Herald and the 6 grubs they picked up earlier.
Yeah, it's so fast to be able to get through these towers, especially when you have the Kog'Maw about that's just going to be able to shred through. In that situation, though, Igneous nearly landed the ult onto the correct member. Still, hitting it onto Troy was great because it slowed down the Rakan, stopped any potential counter-engage from happening. And this game just continues to get further and further out of Poland's reach. They've had such a good run of it so far. Haven't lost a single game that actually got out of the lobby and into the game. But all of a sudden, this feels like it might be threatened right here. 5k gold lead established for FOI. Those 2 Drakes, and like you said, with Mountain Soul available, that could be huge to pick up. It would really hurt just the damage ability that PB have to be able to put down. We've got a little bit of downtime right here. Minute 30 until the Baron. 3.5 until the next Drake. Once again, multiple members around Marziah. They really want to try and get a kill onto this Renekton. He does have a big shutdown. It would be juicy.
Yeah, I mean, that 600 gold shutdown is a way to get back into the game. My main issue here is, right, you got... just walk up and get that demolished work, buddy. There's nothing to see here. I'll just grab this and be on my way. Don't you mind me? Renekton might actually want to fight this now because he got a bit more damage on that Malphite than we might have been expecting on his tower. Unstoppable Force just gets him to safety. Does mean that that won't be up for a little bit of time, but we'll be back up for that next Drake fight if needed. There is, in theory, a win for a Nash fight to start, but I don't think they'll be that greedy just yet. But as I was saying, the main fear for me now is this Varus needs a crack slayer because this Bork doesn't do anything into champions that are stacking resistances. Obviously, just gives you more physical damage on hit, magic damage on hit. It doesn't actually do much in terms of shredding tanks. It just does a lot in terms of shredding HP. So that Sejuani looks nearly unkillable as soon as that second item comes in from pretty much everyone involved. There's 3 Merc Treads now picked up as well.
Yeah, so many Merc Treads in this game, actually. A lot on the opposition too. You just need to get yourself a way to actually shred through, right? Otherwise, you're just sat there trying to be the main damage carry of your team. And Orianna, as much damage as an Orianna can do, it isn't usually enough to end the fight. You have got to land that big CC and then have the follow-up. Whereas Sitar is going to be perfectly happy with the amount that he has with that Bork and Rageblade completed. Going to begin to just shred through whatever is in front of him. It'll take a while to get through
Flash
The
being used out there as
Malphite.
the Glacial Prison doesn't land onto the Varus. The Hui is still dead after that bot lane 2v1 that he lost. I will say it was a little bit strange. I thought they would stick around, get the bot lane tower before basing, because now you're forced to send your Orianna bot for this tower again, which means that the Hui can be here earlier, unless he decides to use maybe no, definitely not going to use his TP to defend this bot lane tower because Nash is up, and then they just send the Orianna up immediately. But does mean now that the Xin Zhao has to be bot lane again to try and force something. If this play doesn't go correctly in the bot lane, you might just be sacking Baron.
Yeah, exactly. Any time that the Baron is available and you as a jungler pop up in the bottom lane, you are making not necessarily a mistake, but you are taking a big risk. Is now going to be spotted out as well. So if you're really quick on it, you could potentially turn straight onto the Baron. You've got yourself a Kog'Maw. The Kog'Maw will just shred through. Arcanaz is stepping up, potentially wants to go for Igneous. Instead, everybody just going to back off. It's going to be a trade of tower for blue buff, which, I think you're going to be pretty happy with as Poland.
Yeah, I think you definitely take this play here. The Malphite seems to be caught out again. Nothing too dangerous
So
here.
tanky,
Just
though.
needs to make sure he's not forced to use the Unstoppable Force, because if that does happen, then this Baron fight becomes very, very dangerous for them. So just everyone walking away from this one. The Xin Zhao playing this correctly, I think. Made sure he stayed bot to protect the Orianna while she took tower, and then left as soon as he possibly could. Knowing that the tower was secured, this gives them a lot more space to play with on the map. It means that bot wave is shoved in for the next minute at least. So Orianna can look to maybe force plays around the mid side. If they can get a pick before Hui is allowed to TP in, that could become huge. But obviously, Hui walking over now to match this play. That bot lane wave has just sort of collected in the middle of the lane. Xin Zhao could be a little bit out of position here, though. Does have the flash available, and Arzaya trying to cut him off with a stun. May have overstepped a little bit himself, but they aren't really aware of how close the rest of the enemy team is, so they don't want to commit onto that Renekton.
Yeah, it would be a real risk to full commit onto that Renekton. With the Drake spawning, everybody from FOI and PB are going to make their way down there. There is a reset coming out of Boxu. That might be a bad timing.
Well, they're trying to threaten this Nash on the top side of the play while this is happening. The Mountain Drake is being taken. They don't do this quickly enough to be threatening this. I think this might be a bit of a misstep. They just want to try and pull some threat away, but look, they can't even do it into 3 people. That Mountain Drake's going to be finished relatively quickly by the 2 items. They're trying to engage now while the rest of the team is far away. Charm does land onto the Renekton, but absolutely nothing else to follow up. They lost the Drake, they lost the quickness, and now the return engage could come out from FOI.
All of a sudden, it feels like FOI have just stepped up the pace of this game, and PB are kind of scrambling to get their foothold back in. They don't make the right decision around that Drake. The decision out of Boxu to take a recall right as the Drake is spawning means that you're not even particularly threatening around the Baron. Even with him, it's quite a risk to try start it up, but at least it seems plausible. When Boxu's gone back to base and the jungler isn't there, there was no worries out of Forced or Sitar to just go pick up that Drake, now rejoin your team, and trust that 3 members are enough to push them off.
I mean, you have 2 Mountain Drakes now being stacked up. If that 3rd one comes in, there's no pen items available yet on the Polytechnic side. Obviously, the Varus does have magic damage in his kit, but that's not enough. You need that penetration. You need to be able to be doing enough damage to this Sejuani, to this Braum, to this Renekton, which right now you just do not have. I mean, Koenig Rooker complete from the Sejuani, the Sunfire, the Boots. She's going to be so hard to deal with. Even the Kog'Maw now, once he starts getting into those later items, if he considers getting a Terminus, a Wits End, a Jack Show, making himself an extremely tanky member, how do they really find these picks they need to win any team fights at all?
Yeah, they're gonna have to really rely on perhaps potentially a Varus ult to snipe onto somebody, which feels really odd to say when you've got a Malphite and an Orianna. That should be your engage, and a Rakan. These are all great ball delivery systems, but it just has not been working out quite yet. If we can see Arcanaz get that ult off in combination with his other aggressive engage champions, maybe this can work out. But as this game goes on, it feels like it's getting harder and harder to do. The gold gap is not gigantic, it's only about 3k at this point, but those Mountain Drakes are feeling pretty bad, and just the way in which FOI rotate around the map and seem to get more members to each fight, it's just choking PB out of this one.
Yeah, you mentioned that Goldie is not that insane, but obviously quickness coming in here. Sorry, not the quickness, he's just the Recon W. So they have forced out Renekton's flash at the very least before possible play. We have to be careful where we position here, because Faust does have that Glacial Prison available. A bit of just positioning, posturing, G-checking back and forth. But yeah, that 3k gold lead is on a Kog'Maw and a Hui who shouldn't be ahead in gold at any point, right? So that's the main danger here, is that these champions that you don't want to be ahead in any way whatsoever are. And they are going to be scaling like monsters with the range that the Kog'Maw and the Hui have. It will be so hard to find any plays. Malphite now searching, fishing for something to turn this game around. Gets the stun up from the Renekton. Tanks a little bit of damage. Looking for an ult with the Orianna ball on top of him. The shockwave lands onto a single target.
Oh, wow.
But the quickness on the backside is much better. They've been able to get the Renekton very quickly, but the Kog'Maw is still standing very close
the
to
turn
full
is
HP,
so
and
strong.
the ultos are coming out the way, landing so much AoE with the ultimate, with the W. And what looked like maybe an okay engagement from Rakan just had no follow-up whatsoever. The shockwave was used on the wrong targets while they got the Renekton. They're not done yet here for FOI. The QW forcing a flash out of the Orianna. They will focus their sight now on this mid tower and probably start walking their way up. No, just teasing a little bit more. Maybe fishing for one last kill if they can. Igneous sticking around to make sure that nobody oversteps. And now they turn their sights onto this Baron. I don't think there's going to be any response from the side of Polytechnica. How did they even get in here?
I don't think they can. You do have a jungler available. There are pretty low health bars. And to be honest, this Baron is not going down as quickly as I thought it was. TP is going to be coming in. You can see how much damage Igneous is doing playing Gatekeeper. Marziah now teleports in with your Renekton. You're going to be able to buy a little bit more space. In terms of ultimates that are up, we don't have an Orianna ult. We don't have a Varus ult. But pretty much everything other than that Glacial Prison is available for FOI still. They're going to back it off. They're going to decide it's not worth it. Just has to jump away. He's alright.
Winning out on the team fight overall. I realize the Baron might be a little bit too risky, which I think is the correct play, just pushing out. What this does mean is they might actually lose 2 towers on mid lane, which is a little bit of a misstep from them. Does create a lot more space for Polytechnica to play with. But at least not taking too much of a flip, not risking losing. The Graceful Prism did just come back up, so need to be careful on this mid lane play. There was no flash on the Orianna there, but not wanting to send out too early because the follow-up was quite far away. The Hui and Kog'Maw just walking out of their bases. Now, the Kog'Maw was so close to getting that Terminus. If that gets in as well as the Mountain Soul, how are you ever killing this? I mean, they struggled even when they landed the quickness, even when they landed some of these spells.
Indeed, and what a crazy team fight that was. It looked like it was going to be good. Again, there was a great ult into the backline, this time from Choi, who manages to get back there with that quickness, but he's not actually able to pair it up alongside Arcanaz's ultimate. We are going to see another fight right here. The Sejuani is a little bit late to get to this one. It could still be pretty close. You need to get this as PB. You can't give over the soul.
I mean, it's getting low enough now that Sejuani's not going to get here in time to make it the smite fight, so this should be taken by the side, but they need to make sure they get out of here now as the Dominus comes in, Renekton onto 4 people. The Shockwave is used onto 2, but not the targets you want. The Malphite onto the same 2 targets, but they hit Renekton, and they hit the Braum. That's not the people they want to be killing in this fight. Orianna now, no flash left to blow the pit. The Kog'Maw is full HP. The Hui is full HP. You used a Shockwave, and you used the Unstoppable Force on a Braum and a Renekton. They'll happily take that any day of the week. They'll say, thank you very much. We're going to take this mid wave. We're going to pressure the Baron one more time. This time, if nothing you can do to stop us. Orianna is dead. No strong ultimates available to get into this pit. And the HP bars are much healthier than last time.
It really is. Again, I think you're going to see a little bit of a response out of Poland. They don't want to just give this one up. At least Choi is going to stick his nose in, have a look at what's going on. Still, this is super low. Without a jungler, a steal would be risky.
Gets taken low here. Does have smite available, so we'll just secure that one now. And we need to make sure they don't lose too many members here on the backside of this fight. Polytechnica are just taking a bit of an emotional player. It seems they do get down at least the Kog'Maw on the backside of things. I don't think it'll be any more than that. Igni is taken very low, not able to land the final QW, so they get rid of one Baron. Kog'Maw's dead, but he has picked up that Terminus on that base as well. He's much stronger for this next available fight. Doesn't have flash, so at the very least they have angles to get onto him, but with this Baron buff available, this Foy team is looking a lot more dangerous.
Really is. They have once again put themselves into a lead over Poland. These fights are so close, but every single time the Shockwave feels like it's landing onto not the right members. You're not quite able to hit them as big as Arcanaz was able to in the previous series.
Aros? What is happening here? Boxu! Boxu!
What
are you doing?
Hello?
Right, so possible theories. We're trying to
Okay.
catch the wave to stop them getting top push.
Yep.
Got caught out in the jungle and ran up there out of safety.
Sightseeing.
Yeah. Lovely little down the rift.
Oh,
Nice
this is
little
going to be
flank.
bad.
No flash available on the Orianna. Glacial Prism is up. What a first stun. We'll let the ult out just to secure all the skill shots for Igneous. That ult Shockwave does come out, does land. Only stalling for time here. There's no way you survive this if you're the Orianna. Trying to buy as much time as possible before getting nuked down by the QQ from the Hui. While this is happening, they're pushing off the mid tower. with the 6 drops. They will take this down with ease. Malphite on the side looking for Kog'Maw, does find him.
Got him.
Landing onto the Kog'Maw as well. 3-man knockup coming in, but the ADC is only hitting the Renekton. Brother, we got the knockup on the Kog'Maw. Surely there was some angle there for the Varus to find his way into that ADC, but instead all that damage being thrown out onto the Renekton, who just tanked it to face. So thank you very much. Foil to miss. A couple more spells being thrown out, but there's 5 members descending on this Polytechnic base. Now, spells coming in from the way the Renekton is spacing. He has TP available. They want this to be the game ending push. 10 seconds on the Orianna. Won't have ultimate on spawn, but we'll have it soon after. Boxu trying to get the wave a little bit away. Sejuani tanking up now. The first Nexus tower has fallen. The Zao has overstayed his welcome. Will get taken down. Rakan has no quickness. Orianna has no shockwave for a little bit, and he has no way to get away from the Sejuani. Taken down very, very low. There is nothing stopping the Croatians in their victory in game 1. I needed to cough that whole time, Bloxer. Goodness me.
Poland finally gonna go to a loss. I'm so sorry that you had to basically talk that entire time. I mean, it was just team fights. After a very calm and collected 10 minutes, from that point onwards, it was just fight after fight after fight. And Poland they were never winning those fights. Their composition could not get onto the backline effectively. It was just stalled out every single time. Some brilliant wave play, just laying down ridiculous amounts of damage. The Kog'Maw was doing its job, but I think more than that, the way the Kog'Maw doing their damage job only happened because everybody else was doing so well to keep them in a safe position, to buy them enough space to be able to sit and hit. The Braum performance was excellent. That Sejuani ultimate, honestly, looking back, probably won them the game, because if that Orianna ult is able to hit with the Malphite ult in that first fight around the Baron pit, you probably put yourself in a really good position. We don't know what would happen from that point, but it certainly wouldn't have just fallen to pieces like it did for Poland. Massive props to Croatia. The way that they played that one was incredibly clean.
Yeah, definitely some positives to take forward if you're on the Croatian side. I think if you are Polytechnic, you need to rethink the way that you've drafted this game, because you just didn't give yourself many avenues to win. You kind of threw all your eggs in one basket of thinking like, hey, we're just gonna have a bunch of really powerful ultimates, and that blew up in their face. They were never able to really find a good team fight in which they weren't losing their members before they were able to do anything useful. Every time they found the good ultimates, there was no follow-up with anything, right? The Varus couldn't hit any of the important targets, and that meant that they would just lose the fight before it even started.
Indeed. Lots of things potentially to look at for Poland. We're going to hop to a short break. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time to bring you Game 2, which could well be the last game we have in these playoffs.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about the situation because we were able to achieve something, and we are traveling the country, visiting the country, and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final.
And it's category 5 for Boomin Academy. An absolute hurricane unleashed onto AI. And they cannot withstand the damage.
To Boomin Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam Dempsey, no way!
Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Still manages to get it deep.
The objectives have been wrong and ended.
Second player, they're walking one by one into their graves.
Wins Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
Hello and welcome back. We could be about to go into our final game of this playoffs before we get those grand finals in a couple of weeks' time. This has been a crazy series already. It felt so odd out of Poland. From what we saw from them in that previous series, it felt like they were calm, collected, they knew what plays to make. But in this one, up against Croatia, it just didn't feel like Poland knew what to do with themselves.
No, definitely. And it felt like you could tell straight from the draft that something was a little bit off, something was a little bit different compared to how we've seen them play for the rest of the day. There was a lot less certainty in the way they were playing. The draft that they actually selected felt a lot stranger because it had a lot less win cons. There was a lot more focus on the Orianna and the Malphite just creating plays, which while the Orianna has won them games before, that was because she had better pieces around her to create these team fights moving forward. So I think looking towards this game too, a lot of what we might see will be around not necessarily dropping any of the champions that they picked because they were bad individually, but building better pieces around the Orianna that can follow up on those engages. I think the Jin Zhao was fine, but had no way of ever entering a fight, and he was down like 30 CS halfway through the game. The Malphite just felt like it was way too telegraphed alongside the Orianna. There was never a moment where you saw Malphite ult and were like, oh my god, that's about to win the game.
Yeah.
The Varus had no place in this game. There was just nothing he was able to do. You had to go the on-hit build, which meant you couldn't reach the Kog'Maw and the Hui, but also you weren't doing any damage with the on-hit build because of how far ahead they were and how tanky they were. So something has to shift in just the philosophy of this draft.
Absolutely. I think when I look at this draft, I didn't like the Varus, really. It felt like the piece that did not quite work. When you're up against so many tanky champions, you don't really want to have a Varus. He can go on hit, but it's not his best build. You'd much rather have all of that poke. And sure, you picked your Varus very early on. You didn't know what the rest of the draft was going to be. But if you're going to have a pick like the Varus, you have to have other champions around it that can make up for the fact he doesn't have any real tank shred. He can be blocked out so effectively by the Braum. It was just overall great pickups out of basically everybody on Croatia to shut down what was trying to be done by Poland, and it turned into a bit of a mess for them pretty early on, where every single play that Poland went for, they just couldn't quite get it working. It wasn't like they were getting aced every time. Oftentimes, it was just 1 or 2 kills going in the favor of Croatia on each play, and the gold lead just stacked up slowly but surely until we got to those big team fights at 20 minutes in, and then it was just done.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one positive to take away, what I will say is that we have seen how Polytechnic can perform. We have seen a lot of good play from them. We've seen very, very strong drafts from them as well, so I don't think this is indicative of how the entire series is going to go necessarily. I don't want to make too many harsh judgments based off that one game. I think they need to just pick up where they left off before we headed into game 1, and they have a lot of ways to turn this around. Turning it onto FOI then instead, I think the draft was executed very well. They created perfect pieces for Kog'Maw to be able to carry that game. There was no way to get onto the ADC, and the one fight where they did, they lost every member of their team for it. The Renekton had such an easy time because he was allowed to just get onto the backline wherever he wanted. There was no real appeal for the Varus or the Orianna because the Malphite has to engage. The Xin Zhao has to engage, otherwise they're going to lose the fight, which means it's very, very easy to play these fights out slowly. Bit of luck with getting the Mountain Drake, I suppose, but I think they would have won regardless just because of how strong they were in general. That just sort of cemented the victory in a way which made it a lot easier.
Yeah, it made the lead a little bit insurmountable right there. And so looking forwards, I wouldn't mind seeing a full philosophy change up from PB. This was very different from the drafts that we did see them play previously. When they were up against Slovakia, they weren't playing this kind of full engage, got to commit everybody composition. Instead, it was a lot more well balanced. You had other places to play around. Of course, the Orianna did feel like that main carry, but you could play around other places. Without the Ashe, to be honest, on Fuka, it felt a lot like he didn't know quite what to do. Maybe try to get that Ashe through a little bit early. If it's going to be banned every time, then perhaps you need to put a lot less focus down onto the bot lane and instead try to play around your top lane. Try to play around that mid lane instead.
Definitely, yeah. And I think moving forward, just sort of like bit by bit to break down what I want to see from this draft. I don't mind prioritizing the Orianna. I think we've seen how successful this can be. Even in losing fights, it just has so much impact. I don't mind prioritizing the Orianna. That's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe get rid of the Hui, just because it creates way too much space. It's really hard to lock down. We still get banned out by every other team that played against FOI. I wouldn't be surprised if I see that get banned out now. I don't mind the Lucian ban, but we can clearly see that they can play other styles, so I'd rather see maybe an answer to the Lucian. I also think if the Lucian, if FOI are not on red side, then there's no need to ban the Lucian because you're not like sort of immediately guaranteeing those picks. You can focus more bans on the supports rather. It wouldn't be tough. If we ban Hui and Lucian, fine. But don't send any more bans with Watley. We can leave it there. Around the Orianna, I want to see something more like what they did in their other series, which we watched earlier today, where she has teammates around her who can easily follow up on the engages. You know, we saw with the Volibear, we saw with all these champions who have easy access into team fights and ways to get themselves onto the backline. That is what they need, and they need to do that in a way which doesn't sacrifice their own backline.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to jump on into this pick and ban right here. We are going to see the Hui taken off the board. The Ashe going to be the response. FOI clearly know that that's what Fuka 3 is going to be best on. Going to get rid of that Volibear too. These are some of the very standard picks that we have been seeing drafted quite a lot recently. Really interesting to see PB get rid of that Hui. I feel like it could have been a good idea to get rid of it in the previous game. You'd already seen the day before how just the Hui had taken over a series. Still, they decided to give it over Braum as a response ban too. That could be indicative that you're going back towards this Varus. I think the Varus would have worked a lot better without that Braum as a massive counter to it. And so getting rid of this Braum, you could still pick yourself up that Varus. See if you can maybe pair it up with something a little bit stronger here too.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, we like the Hui ban. They struggled without the Hui on their team as much. Yes, it was against a really strong team, but you could see the difference in play in the mid lane once that Hui was out of the picture. As well as Kalista ban coming out now as well, so they're still getting rid of some of those early game power lanes, but leaving the Jinx open does mean that we do have that sort of preferred B1 of a lot of teams get picked out. We haven't seen much success for this Jinx so far at this tournament. It is a very, very strong champion, but we need to find ways to actually play through it. Immediate Ahri Viego lock from the red side, which means you might see something picked up on blue, like the Orianna, like the Syndra here, just to match that control mage. The good thing about Ahri is, of course, can always outshove any of those champions, can always find roams a lot more easily than those champions. Alongside the Viego, if you land the charm onto someone, it's very, very easy to grab those resets. And also, you're taking away the Jinx Viego from Foy, so you're denying that sort of immediate team fight win if one of your teammates dies.
Yeah, indeed. Although you do say that the Jinx doesn't have much success. We got to see one incredibly successful Jinx game where it ended in 15 minutes, 50 seconds. That was, of course, Ukraine versus Italy. But in general, in games that things hadn't, immediately gone completely wrong, the Jinx has been a lot weaker. Now, interestingly, the Lucian and Nami are both available. I was wondering if PB were just going to slam those. They've decided against it, instead gone towards that Ahri Viego, like you mentioned. Final pickup is indeed going to be that Varus. Once they banned out the Braum, I was pretty much expecting that one. And it also does help having that Braum off of the board when you've got the Ahri too. Both of these champions very good at single target lockdown, works well with a Viego. If you can get that first kill in a team fight, that's the way you're going to put yourself in a great spot to then go on to win the rest of the team fight. Then again, there's a Jinx on the other side, so that can be said for both teams. A lot of these team fights could well come down to who gets that first kill.
But what they've done again is they've locked in the Varus into two incredibly strong juggernauts with a very high range ADC, right? So you're playing a Varus game where you want to have lethality, but you can't physically do it, and your ADC is not going to be able to hit the enemy ADC yet again. So I worry that they've fallen into the same trap here of thinking the Varus is a very strong pick, but they won't have angles to lock down the enemy carry champions. Obviously, it's yet to be seen what they pick for their mid and support here, but if you just pick like a Thresh, obviously the Braum was banned out, but if you just pick like a Thresh or a Nautilus or on FOI here, how does the Varus play the game again?
Yeah, the Varus is potentially going to have a bad time. Maybe a little bit more jungle intervention into that bot lane to give him a bit of a lead. The point at which you can get a lead, that is where you can actually step up. At the same time, when you've got the Viego, and maybe if you have an aggressive AD-based top laner as well, say the Aatrox, all of a sudden you really can go the poke build because you don't need to be that consistent damage. You can get a Black Cleaver on top of either a Viego, I mean if you're going really odd, or very easily on top of an Aatrox to be able to get through those big bruisery tanks, and your job can just be bursting out onto the Jinx and whatever squishy mid laner is likely to be locked in right here.
Yeah, this Aatrox is certainly a better adaptation than the Malphite that we saw last game. This allows them at least to have a lot more damage. This allows them to create threats throughout the solo lanes rather than just relying on engage from the Orianna. This Galio pick, interesting one here.
I like it.
I like it for what it does for the team defensively. I'm not sure if it's the most proactive pick, but it does do a lot in terms of protecting the Jinx, in terms of creating team fight angles onto the enemy team. And the Rakan coming out as well, I don't mind. Alongside that, they have a very, very strong team fight lined up here. There's 4 champs that are going to be very difficult to kill.
God.
Alongside a Jinx who will have so much space created for her.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about protect the president comps, look at this one. The Jinx is the only real threat. Sure, I guess technically a Renekton and a Galio do some damage, but compared to a Jinx, it's not really going to be a lot, and you do have plenty of targets to go for. The Milio being hovered through here, it does work pretty well with the on-hit version of Varus, although, again, I think I'd prefer the poke Varus, so we will have to see what that summoner spell choice is and, you know, what we're going towards in terms of rune page to really dictate how this Varus is going to go. And with these compositions fully locked in, it's very easy to sum up what FOI want to do. Croatia are looking to protect Sitar and rely on this man to carry them through the game. Now, we've seen Sitar have some absolute monster performances. I believe in him to be able to carry these guys into those grand finals, get that rematch and potential revenge up against Kit SC White. Whereas the composition out of PB is a lot more about finding those initial picks, trying to get yourself a kill onto the Viego to get that reset, and then using the Aatrox, getting into the backline to buy enough space for your Varus and your Ahri to work in these fights.
My main problem right now with the draft from Polytechnic, I think, is the ease of sort of execution on this draft. I don't think they've drafted necessarily badly. I just think it's a much harder style to execute, especially into this. I mean, who are you getting a pick on, right? Like it is a pick-focused draft with the Viego, with the Varus, all these champions. We might struggle to find a pick onto any of these champions. The Rakan has such good disengage. The Galio has okay disengage. So Johnny and Renekton can find themselves out of a fight very quickly. And the Jinx has so many pieces in front of her that if she ever has even Ghost or Flash available, how are you ever locking this champion down? That's not to say they can't do it. It just means they're going to have to be very proactive in the way they play, because I feel like if you let the Jinx scale alongside these tanks, you will not be winning a team fight.
No, absolutely not. The Jinx being able to just shred through with all of those just slabs of meat in front of her, able to absorb whatever damage is going to be coming her way. Really, really high risk, high reward composition right there with the Jinx. If the Jinx falls behind, all of a sudden you don't do any damage. But I do like the draft. I think that Sitar is the kind of guy you can put your team on his back and say, hey, we're going to give you space, you do what you can with it, and we know that he likes to play aggressive. We've seen plenty of fights where he flashes forwards, tries to get super into these fights. If you over-aggress and you die in a little bit of a stupid situation, that costs your team dearly right here, but also if you can temper that aggression just enough so that it is the right level, then this could be a very, very one-sided game. At the same time, though, I'm not saying I don't like what PB have for themselves. I think PB have got a lot more options to play around. It's a lot less one-dimensional.
Absolutely, yeah. And I, outside of just being one-dimensional as well, we saw what happened with the Varus last game, right? Now that Lee was able to do. So at least they have built more pieces around the Varus to be able to carry the game, right? I think the Aatrox is fine. I don't mind the Aatrox place. I think that's okay. I think the problem is we're going to see a lot of team fights where Viego and Aatrox are like trying to sort of duck and dive and maneuver their way into these fights just to try and find a pick onto whoever is easiest to kill. If you use everything on like a Sejuani, or if you use everything on like a Rakan, what does that leave you with, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yes, you could burst down the Rakan. Maybe Viego gets a reset, gets a W and onto the backline. That could be quite good. But if you're using those spells onto the Renekton, onto the Sejuani, it just takes so long that by the time you've killed them, the Jinx has got off like 10, 15 autos, and she's just pumping away on the backline. And yeah, not to be too negative. Of course, there are angles to win. I think the onus is on Polytechnica to win the game for themselves. They can't expect this draft to win the game on its own.
Well, let's jump on into what could potentially be the final game that we have today, the final matchup of these playoffs before we head to that big old grand final in a couple of weeks' time. FOI, once again, they're going to set up as 5. Fuka does see this coming, is going to back off, shouldn't be caught out right here. You'd have to have flashed forwards incredibly aggressively to have attempted to get on top of him right now. They are going to get spotted out, and you can see pings out from PB onto that opposition blue buff. This could turn into a full split map situation, which, to be honest, I would prefer as Forced. You are guaranteeing basically that your bot lane's not going to get ganked on top of, and so your Jinx gets time to sit and stale and try to get to that 2 to 3 item point.
Massive gold advantage picked up here for Foy, getting that board early on in the game, sweeping their way through there. They do get a little bit of deep vision as well, just to make sure that they are aware of where the Viego is starting. They know that he is at least somewhere on his top side of the map, so we'll just spot him out here, maybe get a deep ward to be a little bit annoying. Morzine, Igneous, no, then not feeling it. Hey, you're starting Raptors, We know you are. You have some fun, bro.
Yeah.
Just in a little bit of time. This mid lane could be very important for me because I feel like as the Ahri, you need to be the one making plays. You can't let the Galio get to these bot plays before you. You can't let him be ulting across the map.
No, you really need to either have so much pressure on the Galio that he's losing a massive amount to go try and make those teleporting plays, or you have to go move first. Ahri is, of course, very, very good on the roam and can get involved in either of these lanes. Both top and bot have got some pretty good setup, especially once you hit level 6, to go and try to get involved in them. But you've got to expect if you do go roam first, the Galio is going to match you and getting down there. Like you said, the issue is if you move second, because the Galio can get there much, much faster than Ahri running down, or you have to blow a teleport to try to get involved in these fights, in which case you're going to be losing out in your mid lane a lot later on as well. So, Goss got to keep that pressure up in the mid lane, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I think one thing to note for Foki here as well is going the on-hit Varus build. Yeah, again, does feel a lot better this game, just given that there's 4 melee champs. On top of that, has the Milio at least to give him a bit of extra hit damage, a bit of extra range, a bit of extra attack speed, so makes it a lot more potent as a pick. The Milio providing a bit of a defensive play as well. Just if the Sejuani chooses to chuck out a Glacial Prison, you know, you can pop the Milio ult, walk out of the fight, maybe dodge the follow-up CC and play through that. The problem is, you're giving the Jinx push. Like, you're giving a scaling Jinx prio in lane, and you're giving a scaling Jinx scaling.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the on-hit Varus can't really step up to the Jinx. The Jinx is just going to do more in a straight up 1v1 with the ultis available. In that case, the Varus should be able to win that one, but for right now, Sitar is going to be perfectly happy to keep shoving these waves through, buying themselves as much space as possible. Do need to be careful around about now that you don't over push this wave once you get back into the Jinx, just because Bosco is here. If you do step up too far, you're just going to get yourself taken down, and that could be absolutely disastrous. That's the kind of start play that PB are really looking for. If Poland could find themselves an early kill onto this Jinx, shut her down, put her behind, then this whole composition out of FOI falls to pieces.
The main problem here now for this Varus is got pushed on the tower. The Jinx was able to get a base off to get this longsword, and they weren't able to push the wave fast enough to actually get a base off of their own. So they need to make something happen here in order to make Jinx lose at least a little bit of something. Wave is stacking up slowly. I unironically would not mind if they tried some sort of dive here. Not necessarily to kill, but just to force out summoners. But the wave might not be big enough because the Jinx can just turn up her rocket and pump out those cannons, make sure they can't force it on the tower, which means that now she just has a single base advantage and isn't even down CS.
No, has managed to pull off that cheater's recall incredibly well. However, Bosuki is here. Is he going to go in onto this one? It would be risky, but like you said, if you could just blow some summoners, that cleanse, perhaps, maybe the flash if you're exceptionally lucky, you're going to be in a very nice position. Instead, just steals a little bit of XP away from his bot lane and just goes back to base.
Oh, we see a kill immediately happening on the
okay.
mid side. Flash forward from Ignis. He knew that Ahri had no flash to respond, and this is disastrous. The Ahri that we knew needed to find some sort of a lead, not even able to get the return kill, as I suppose the CC chain from the Galio and the Sejuani was too much. This is the danger of a Sejuani with this many melee champs. She has so many angles to find picks.
Yeah, so effective. Just setting up that gank right there. And the Sejuani, the amount of CC that you have between you is incredible. That's sort of what this whole composition is based around, using that CC to then buy the Jinx space. Works well into the mid lane. And I don't think I've seen a mid lane gank for a kill all series long so far. It's pretty rare at this point, but that's going to be huge. Heads back to base, comes back with a good couple of components and some boots, so it's going to be even more effective on the roams. Igneous doing well for his team here. We do have a Mountain Drake spawned already. Mountain as a single Drake is pretty good to pick up if you can. We'll have to see though. We do get pings from Forced onto this one. Does want to get involved. Boxu is in the area though. This could turn into another brawl, and we've seen the brawls around this first Drake bot side being one of the key indicators of who's going to win these games.
As we said, finding a way into the backside of this fight. She can get onto the million. Not looking actually to engage anymore. Realizes this might be a little bit too risky, so just tanking the vehicle stone and then walking back out the way that she came. Faust does actually have position on this Drake now if he wants to start it up. The Jinx can get this wave shoved in and they can look to turn onto this Mountain Dragon. The mid lane does have push, but is not exactly the healthiest person in the game right now, and with no flash available, we have to be careful you don't get burst down before you can even use your Spirit Rush. Stepping up a bit too much here. Not getting caught out by the Galio, that's very important. The taunt does land, and the Q flash going wide. Faust, maybe a bit of a mistake here, but two more uses of the Spirit Rush means that the Ahri will slip away. Nobody close enough to punish Faust for that Q flash. It will just be summoners burned, and now maybe healing up a bit off the Raptors, possibly looking to find a way back into the Mountain Drake. starting this with no mid laner could end up a little bit dangerous.
It definitely could. You are so low at this point as Ancards. If you can't get involved in this fight, it is going to go a lot worse. You can see this Galio is actually stepping up, potentially could get collapsed upon right here. He's just trying to buy space. They've no real response. Jungle has headed up towards those grubs, so instead they're just going to get vision, make sure that everybody is aware. Maybe a little look at trying to steal that one away with the Q. Not going to end up happening, and so it is going to be a trade Drake for these grubs. And honestly, I think the grubs have been a lot more impactful in this game than I think they've been given credit for in recent times. There's a real feeling at the moment that the grubs are something people put too much of a focus towards, but actually the speed at which towers have been taken in this game has been huge, and when you've got a Jinx especially, you can just shred through a tower you come up against.
I mean, definitely with the 6 grubs and Herald last game, you saw how effective that actually was. I do think it was a bit weird that they chose to give up the Mountain Drake for. I don't think they had to necessarily sack either of the objectives. I think getting the Ahri this low was so huge for them. She had no ultimate available, no flash. There was no real way for it to ever enter the fight down there. They could have just outnumbered them. Choosing instead to go for a very safe play, I suppose, by going for the grubs in the top lane. Does mean they're down 1 dragon, but we'll have those 3 grubs, and they do have enough of a gold lead that they probably don't feel too bad about it, mainly coming from the CS gaps in the top lane, in the bot lane that they have right now.
You can understand why you'd want a little bit of caution. Right now you're 1 game away from sending yourselves to the grand finals. A huge increase in prize money as well comes from that. So you don't want to make the risky play that could potentially throw this game away. Not when you've got such a good scaling composition, when you're really relying on your Jinx later on. You don't want to throw that away by giving over a ton of kills early on. That means the Jinx is behind, isn't going to be able to scale up to the point at which she can carry your comp. So I get why they were a little bit more reticent to try to throw everything at their opposition. PB, though, they've got to be happy with being able to get away with having the Ahri lose so much, and then you still get the Drake. All of the lanes have gone back to normal pretty much.
Yeah, it's essentially a situation of why try and flip a game-winning play when we can just make a play that's not game-losing. You know, keep the game steady. We have leads in the places we need to have leads. We're doing what we need to do so far. No reason to make any risky plays happen. I do respect that from them. The Jinx up a substantial amount of CS now, on top of that Varus, which is a very dangerous position for them to be in. The Mountain Drake providing a little bit of extra sustainability, a little bit of extra tankiness. But the problem is, they don't really need tankiness, I'd say. They're not the ones in danger of being burst down. They're the ones who need to be making picks. So they need to start getting a little bit more gold into these main carry threats, into this Ahri, into this Varus. Maybe playing a bit more around this Aatrox, who's currently being bullied out of lane.
Yeah, this Aatrox has not been having the best time so far. You can see there's a pretty big gold gap in that top lane. Elsewhere, the gold gaps are a little bit back and forth. There's a couple of decently big ones for FOI. They have got good CSing at the moment, although you can look in that jungle, where despite the fact that there was a decent gap in terms of CS, instead Force has got that little bit of a lead. I am surprised by that. You would usually expect a Sejuani to be a little bit down, but because she's been involved in that kill, perhaps, been able to keep well and truly even.
Also, previous game as well, the Sejuani had like a 23 CS lead over the Zinzao, so clearly a very strong pick, and doesn't mind settling on this champion now. Aatrox has to be careful he doesn't overstep here. Eing forward, a bit dangerous. Stun not being used yet by the Renekton. The flash buffers a lot of the CC. The stun finally comes through. The Renekton is getting really low.
Oh, the
Galio! To pick up a kill. No charge left of the Spirit Rush. Flash is available, but it won't do anything for this Ahri, choosing to save it instead. 2 quick kills for Voy, and the scaling comp is winning the early game. Almost a 3k gold lead. These grubs are up very soon. If they can get 6, this could turn dire.
Oh no, this is not the situation you want to be in. Boxu is going to jump away, going to get stunned up. Marziah uses the slice and dice to try to get in range. Boxu just going to have to use the ult to get out. Arcanaz does teleport up to this top lane. Now, I wonder if there could be a potential for a dive here. You've got multiple members in the area. Looks like they're not going to go for it again. Would be a very risky play, but getting that kill top lane was super good. You're able to push that wave through under the tower as well, and put this Aatrox further behind.
Yeah, I think if you got Ahri's flash in the previous engagement, you might go for that dive there, but knowing that she has the flash, the ability to just charm whoever's tanking, it could be a little bit dangerous. So I understand the option not to go for that. They already won the play. No need to force anything too egregious. Having gold leads across the map now, Sejuani will probably just slowly walk up to collect these 6 scrubs. Given that they now have a lead on the mid lane and the top lane, it's quite easy for her. Possibly even enough time to maybe contest this bot lane Drake. It seems like she's actually wanting to go for the Raptors and not positioning too far to the top side just yet.
Yeah, potentially more interested to fight around this Drake spawning in about 20 seconds time. So we have just seen the reset come through for Troy. Is going to get back to base with just a little bit more in terms of components. And this could be another one of those big brawls. We do have a teleport on top of Marziah, not on Arise or Iron Cards. Both of those do not have their teleports. You don't have any available for Poland whatsoever. And that could be a pretty huge swing here if you can't roam everybody down to get involved in this fight. Getting outnumbered is a surefire way to lose a fight.
And the Viego and the Ari both taking bases here, realizing they have no real way to get into the river. Pathing up towards the top side now, but they won't even have enough time to flip the grubs, so looking a bit like a rough situation here. They got that Mountain Drake at least, but that's pretty much immediately offset by the damage gained from the Infernal Dragon. If they now get these 6 grubs on top of the leads they already have in all these lanes, they can turn that into a team fight, maybe get some more plates across these lanes. This could be a very huge play by FOI.
Yeah, it really is. They've got themselves just a much quicker rotation over to these objectives. That is one of the things that you get from having a Galio. Speaking of, Igneous tries, doesn't manage to get in. Oh, now he goes.
Does land the E on the re-engage, takes the Viego down to about half HP thanks that extra item that he had, the Shurelius he picked up so early, which we've seen these mages do. The Renekton not able to land any CC or anything of the sort. The Rakan dashing forward, just tempting fate a little bit here. No ultimates actually used, and the grubs being taken on the back side of this means that absolutely nothing was wasted, and just about everything was gained that they could have got out of that play.
Yeah,
They, however, a little bit aggressive on the top side of things. Immediately the World Ender is popped and the Dominus to match. The stun coming out, nearly one-shotting this Viego, but one reset is at least picked up for
Jinx
now.
Rocket.
Can he do anything with it though? The Jinx Rocket comes in, dishing out a little bit of damage. The Viego looks like he will fall soon, but on the back side of this, Viego W coming in, giving him that little bit of extra survivability. Both teams trying to disengage a little bit, but this Ari is out for blood. One auto more, not enough to take down the member, but it's the Chemtech Soul, which gives it the bounce he needs.
Whoa.
Lands the charm, the Q onto the Rakan. They will at least get 2 kills out of this play. The Rakan and the Renekton fall. The Sejuani might be next to follow. Be careful here with the Ari. That's the shield. W didn't hit. Sejuani charm is dodging away from the Viego as well. And the tower shot taken with this TP coming in. And that's going to be very dangerous. He claims the Ari. Viego now so low. What can he do except look for the Sejuani? The Swine gets the kill. And the dive is disastrous. The Sejuani flexing her muscles as she bases. Bristle, let's go home.
Oh my lord, yeah, Bristle and Sedge doing just work in that fight. Nani? What? This fight just went wrong for Poland in so many ways. It looked like it was going to be good for so long. The Galio comes down giving a shield, but doesn't actually land onto anybody. Boxer survives for so long as well, but you're just not quite able to complete a couple of these kills, and because Marziah is able to leave, get back, and re-teleport in, you've now got a full health Renekton running straight at you. The Eclipse is complete, a couple Ruby Crystals too, so now Marziah is in an incredibly strong position. Same thing with Igneous and Forced. All of them are super strong, super tanky and healing, and oh man, how do you get through their health bars?
Man, my Emilio, man. Did you do it, man? No, I mean, look, we're in such a strong position here. One of the things I was trying to mention in the last fight, which I didn't really get the chance to, this new meta of sort of mages buying support items, tanks buying support items that are so cheap, so easy to access, means that this Galio hits a power spike so early in this game. He's ridiculously fast, by the way. Double Ether Wisp items, as well as the Sword Shoes, bombing around this map can get to play so quickly, meaning that the Ari's roam potential is actually pretty much neutralized. The Galio can one-shot waves with Q in the auto. He's very dangerous in these team fights, puts out a lot of damage, and actually gets a little bit of survivability. You know, the HP from the Shurelius, you have your own little magic damage shield, which counteracts a lot of damage from the Ari. That top lane play, of course, was basically flipped by Sejuani's Aftershock coming back up as well, which is really sad to watch. Because it was the proc of that Aftershock, which meant that she didn't die, which meant that there was no reset, which meant that the TP came in, which meant that nobody could kill her, which meant 2 members ended up dying.
Such a small thing to change everything, right?
Absolutely. Such a tiny little difference. They do pick up this Herald of 22. Possible dive in the bot lane. Galio might fall to this play, but he's feeling very, very dangerous. Taunting up a couple of members. Jumps onto the Milio on the backside. Maybe if you'd use that initial burst as the rocket comes in. If you'd use that initial burst on the Milio instead of the Viego, it could have been a bit more dangerous. But they're immediately responding with a play of their own in the mid lane. This Herald will give them probably both towers. Blocks are
yeah, they can keep going. They can keep trying onto this one. They're going to get at least the Herald charge off, although there are a lot of members surrounding. Charm immediately lands. Faust is incredibly tanky, though. Is just going to jump over the wall and bring Coccolino with him, too. They're all going to get out. It is a decent play out of Poland to grab themselves at least something, but they lose so much for it. They lose a mid lane outer, a top lane inner, and that huge 600 gold bonus for getting that first tier 2. It's going to be massive. Look at the gap. 5,200 compared to 8,100 for Marziah has just put themselves in a brilliant position to be able to carry through this game. And usually, Renekton's nowadays are just sort of bruiser tanks rather than being early game powerhouses. This Renekton is a Renekton of old, playing incredibly well into Arise. And this game just feels like it's getting further and further out of the grasp of Poland. They had done so well in the losers bracket run to get here. Hadn't lost a single game until they came up against Croatia. But the Croatian squad's so strong.
Poland landing onto end cards here. The E comes to follow up. Not even going to use. Doesn't even have anything to use. I looked over to the right on my screen. No Spirit Rush, no Flash available. The Sports will take the death. It will be a second Drake for FOI. They can't take Drake. The skin killing massively in their favor. You mentioned the old school Renekton, the Renaissance Renekton actually being a bit of an early game powerhouse, and he will scale pretty okay now. You know, the champion does well in late game team fights. We can see right here, 1v3, engaging onto the enemy team. The ward comes in from the Jinx. He made a bit off a bit more than he could chew. Reset comes in from the Viego, but he's trapped up, so not much to follow up on. Faust just having to dash away from things. You need to get out of range of this Viego. Flash stun lands onto the Jinx, not able to get out of range. Another ultimate does land, and he does trade 1-for-1 with the Q coming in on the backside from the Varus. FOI need to be careful they don't lose too much here, because a little bit of a flip. The Spirit Rush coming forward. Rakan drops down as well. The Galio on the backside coming in to support his Sejuani as she slips away into safety. Is 3 members lost for 1, so not a great fight, but in the end, not completely game-altering, I think.
No, and I think a key point to mention with these fights is we've yet to see a real team fight where the Jinx has joined, but also more than that, where the Milio has joined. The amount of Milio heals and the cleanse that you get through from that champion as well, just absolutely insane off of the ulti. You know, if you can just Breath of Life and then you don't have any of the CC that you've laid down anymore, that is going to be a real unfortunate situation to find yourself in. Mosaic is going to go in, and Kaz does land that charm flash.
Flash stopping from the Renekton. It should be a pretty easy kill pickup once those CDs come back up. We'll be able to slice and dice his way through this Ahri, who once again had no flash, no Spirit Rushes. It was just used in the team fight. 5 deaths on the Ahri. We need to be careful with this pick.
Yeah, indeed. It is going to be a full AP Iconos. I say full AP, with some support items baked in, but not a tanky Galio, let's say. And so, I mean, when you've got all of the other tanks around you, you don't necessarily need to be, and you do need a little bit of AP damage from somewhere, but it does leave this Galio a lot squishier than he would otherwise be. I just want to see one of these team fights where everybody 5v5, we're all there at the start, maybe just the top lane is teleporting in or something, but we get to actually see this composition work as intended, where Sitar is bought space to be able to play through these fights, because we didn't get to see that in the previous one. Marziah bit off a little bit more than he could chew, jumped into the back line and ended up getting himself killed.
2024 Warmog's purchase. Puts a little smile on my face. Does have obviously a bit of increased effectiveness with the Dragon. What I will say is usually Chemtech is my least favorite Drake, just in terms of usefulness. This game does carry a lot of value for Void because there's a lot of CC which just gets a bit neutralized, right?
Yeah.
The Varus ult, the Ahri Charm, the Viego W are all spells which will be neutralized by stacking these Drakes. We see the big stunning coming out from the Renekton here. Yeah. That means that the pick potential is so much more reduced from the side of Void. It means that they are able to survive these fights a lot easier. As well as that, the extra healing from some of their support items coming in as they dive, looks poised for this bot lane. The Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide. Aatrox popping the World Ender, but the Dominus match does mean the kill we picked up quite easily. And now, with 6 Void Mites slamming onto this tower, will be taken rather easily. The Galio up pushing the top wave, has ultimate available, not in range of anyone just yet to join, so they need to be careful that they don't push up too far here. 2 charges left on the Spirit Rush, dashing forward. W goes wide from the Rakan. 1 reset will be picked up onto the Renekton by the Viego. He can follow with the slice and dice, gets the stun onto Sejuani, should be a second kill, and possibly a third onto this Rakan who has flash available. Will he be able to use it? Might just tank everything coming his way.
No.
But while
Look
this
at
is
mid.
happening, look at the base. The Galio and the Jinx in unison, pumping damage into this mid tower. Will probably choose to leave after getting one. So a tier 3 taken mid in return for 3 kills in the bot lane. What does this mean for the game state, brother?
I mean, it stops any potential that you could have really had for a Baron. There are multiple members moving towards it, and you do still have 10, 15 seconds on a couple of members of FOI, but because you have that mid wave pushed in so far, because you have to go respond to that rather than just run straight up through river and try onto the Baron, you reduce that risk. You're now going to get people back involved onto the map, and although PB do look like they're going to go and start up this Baron, you are now going to have members around to try to stop it.
Absolutely, and look at the summoner spells on the right side of your screen. They're going to have all their flashes available very soon. The Jinx is up absolutely last because of the extra cooldown. They do manage to get onto the Ahri, however, who's no sums, no ultimate. A big pick on the backside of this fight if they can get into the bit and get this Drake. The Nash gets picked up by the Aatrox of all people. Big Galio ult onto 2 people. Renekton with a double. I think he picked up a third somewhere in that fight. It is the triple Galio flash taunt onto PG's ADC. The zap goes wide, but they give her a little rocket auto. And the TP is coming down onto the mid lane. They may not have got the Baron, but they got the ace, which should close out the series. 20 seconds on all the important members. Yes, there is 10 on the Ahri. Will she be able to clear this wave? I highly doubt it. There might be a sliver of hope left in this one if the Ahri can pull something miraculous, but I don't think she can. First tower falls before she can even get out of base. Second tower will fall before any of her teammates are here to help her, and it was written in stone. The Croatians take game 2 and are on their way to the grand finals.
Amazing, amazing performance right there out of FOI. Croatia absolutely deserving their rematch against KitSC in the finals. Just a truly incredible game for that second one. There were a couple of moments where it felt like Poland knew what they were doing, were trying to get things to work, but the Galio pick, I think more than anything, was just so impactful in that game.
Yeah, this Galio getting so many kills across the board. Early game, mid game, late game. I think one of the big things, that last fight felt like it was extremely winnable. The Jinx had no sums to be able to play that fight, whereas the side of Polytechnic were getting all their flashes up just in time. But the Ahri dying with 7 seconds left on her flash and no Spirit Rush available to get out was so huge. They immediately lost their mid laner, and then they were stuck in the Baron pit. Had to flip. Yes, they got the Nash, but there was no way for anyone to escape from that play. Once the resets came in for the Jinx, chasing everyone down, the dominance was huge, doing so much damage with the Galio, with the Sejuani, chaining everything up. It was, in the end, a very, very well executed team fight from Foy.
It really was. And Foy, we saw them fall yesterday up against KSC, but we get to see a little bit of redemption for them right here. Still, Poland, after having to forfeit that first match, getting put into the losers bracket, they then fight their way through, make it all the way to 3rd place. They've secured themselves a massive cash prize as well, so massive congratulations to them. Well deserved getting all the way to this 3rd place. But FOI, we get to watch them again in a little while. We're going to head to a short break, and we should have an interview for you just after that.
Welcome to the Amazon University Esports Masters Finals!
It's a wonderful thing. I feel privileged about the situation because we were able to achieve something, and we are traveling the country, visiting the country, and playing the live final.
Our experience, I met a lot of new people that come from so many different places.
Just being with the team and having fun together and actually trying our best to win the competition.
For the first game of the Amazon University Esports Masters Final.
And it's category 5 for Booman Academy. An absolute hurricane unleashed onto AIX. And they can't withstand the damage.
To Booman Academy are your 2023 Amazon University Esports Masters champions. And it seems as if Amsterdam Dempsey, no way!
Only going to take one shimmer on either side to crown this one, and Fabso may just have found it.
Congratulations on your win. As a team now, you get to claim your prize.
Don't mind just get it deep.
The objective has been wrong and ended.
Second
player. They're walking one by one into their graves. Winx Club finally, after a momentary pause.
And to all of you watching at home or wherever you might be, we are all grateful that Amazon University Esports Masters exists.
Baby, I've been busy missing you. Say, have you missed me too? Say, have you missed me too? Was this intermission good for you? Yeah, was it good for you? Or are you just confused? Don't think I'm leaving, cause I'm not at all. So if you get hurt, it's unintentional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? A sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Say you love me. Say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. But to you. To you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, anybody, to you, to you, to you.
Hello, welcome back everybody. I'm joined here by Faust, jungler for Croatia. How you doing?
Good. Hi, everyone.
Hello. So, how did you find that series? Obviously, you guys didn't play it in the first game. You were waiting on that first one to finish up. How are you feeling after yesterday, and how did you feel going into this first series?
So I guess I can start with yesterday. Was a pretty clean run up until Kit, who are in the finals. So that's gonna be a tough matchup for sure. We lost to them, and today was as well, I think, clean. We took champs like Sejuani, Renekton on top side both games, so was a strong top side and won through that. So yeah.
Yeah, very good. I think one of the things to note as well is that while you had that Sejuani Renekton topside that was so powerful, you weren't losing really anywhere on the map, or at least you weren't losing anyway, which impacted the game at all. You know, the Jinx was pretty much free scaling without any issue. In the first game, the Kog'Maw was allowed to pretty much free scale, and it felt like there was no way that anyone could really enter your team. Do you feel like that was kind of part of the philosophy of the draft, or what do you think was the conversation going on during these draft phases?
Yeah. We trusted our AD carry to pull it off, to stay safe on bot lane. We had Galio on mid lane on the second game to be more defensive on bot lane as well. Um, we felt pretty confident on the bot dive that we could outplay it. So yeah, that's what the philosophy was.
Definitely. I think so. Then moving forward towards your next series, obviously you have about a month and a half really to prepare, or closer to 2 months even, to prepare for that grand final series. What do you think is in your head going forward? You know, obviously losing the first series against Kit, you now have a best of 5, longer games, maybe more chance to flex your muscles, more chance to show what you're capable of. Do you have any thoughts going forward to that series?
Yeah, we'll definitely be cooking something up. Obviously, Kit's strong team, strong players. But I think we do have a good chance to take a few games for them, if not 3 games. But yeah, we'll be preparing for sure.
Absolutely. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on here. Have you got anybody you'd like to shout out, any thank yous or anything? Any, final thoughts you'd like to say before, we go for a couple months before seeing you guys again?
I guess I should shout out my number one fan. His name is OG Yoja. He'll be seeing this for sure. And yeah, that's it. See you in a month and a half then.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on the win. And that should be doing it for us, right? What an incredible day it has been.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic day again for me. I mean, so fun to be part of an event like this. I mentioned it yesterday, but it's university esports in general kind of encapsulates what esports is for me in the long term. I think it's so fun to be part of these events where it is technically just people, playing with their good friends, playing with people they know very well, but playing for something and playing with a specific goal in mind and playing at a good standard of League of Legends. We're not watching people just mess about and muck around as we might see at the sort of lower level of some university competition. So fantastic to be here again, as always.
Yeah, such a good time, and it really is so fun with all of these players who can show up with their own personalities. It's not quite pro play where you end up with very standard drafting. You get some complete wild picks in this level, and it's such a good time. We are going to have a quick look at the bracket to round things off here today. This is how things shook out. We're going to get Kit SCY versus SFOI, Germany versus Croatia as our grand finals. We can say that the grand finals are going to be held on the 13th of July. They will be online finals rather than in person, so that's going to be very exciting. It will be a full best of 5 as well. We've seen plenty of best of 3s, and we've seen the adaptation you can get in those best of series, but a best of 5 is the real, true show of skill. We've got so many questions going into that finals. Will FOI be able to step up and beat Kit? Will Kit lose a single game?
Yeah, all very, very good questions. I think for me, I just look forward to hopefully a competitive series. We've been talking about how dominant Kit have been this entire time, but seen some excellent play from other teams around the league as well. So I hope to make it a good series. It is a best of 5, so whatever happens, we're going to be getting at least 3 games of these two teams, which I massively am looking forward to now.
Absolutely. Either way, It has been a brilliant broadcast here today. Only 2 O's, unfortunately. It would have been great to have gotten the full 6 games, but it happens, and we saw some brilliant League of Legends either way. Some personal highlights would definitely be those Orianna Shockwaves. That was a real great time. Do you have a favourite play that you've seen today?
I mean, I was going to pick that. If I'm being honest with you, looking back on it, I think there was definitely one fight where I think the Kog'Maw was just beaming. I don't really want to talk about it too much because it wasn't that impactful. But the way that the Kog'Maw was like A-clicking in the fight was very, very fun for an ADC player to watch. You could just tell the guy was having fun free hitting. You know, it's one of those games as an ADC player, when you get champs like Kog'Maw or Jinx who are able to just free hit in the middle of a fight, it feels very, very, very fluid and very fun for you. So that was just nice to watch in general.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. Thank you so much, production, for putting on a brilliant show for us. We couldn't do it without you. And also, thank you, Dry Salad, for joining me here. Again, we've only cast 2 times together, but I think it was a great time.
It was a fantastic time. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to everyone for watching, especially. And yeah, hopefully I can do something like this again because it was a fantastic, lovely little time.
Absolutely. Once again, we will see you on the 13th of July for the finals for League of Legends. Check out all of the